All right. Good morning, everyone. It's 9 a.m. If you don't mind, we can start to wind down our conversations. It is really great to see everyone again this morning. Hope everyone had a restful evening, had a good dinner, and continued good conversations. I know what's just really unique about this moment is being all here together at once, and it's really great to be able to connect with everyone, catch up, and continue to focus on what is a lot of work as we've discussed here before us. A few quick announcements here, and yes, I'm officially reconvening us here. We're back into session then. This is the Water Quality Coordinating Committee meeting, and glad to make sure we have everyone's attention here. All right. First, again, a reminder, this is a hybrid meeting, so please remember we do have virtual participants. So if you're going to ask any questions, have any discussion, please grab a mic. Also, this is being recorded and webcast, so this is on the YouTube Live website and also on the Cal EPA website. Once again, there are QR codes on the table, so if you would like to, ask questions kind of out of order, or even, if you do really want to ask a question, just raise your hand as well. But we're using that to be able to gather up feedback. Additionally, I know Ben Rogers later today in his discussion will be using Mentimeter for a little more of an in-depth engagement with you all too. So we'll have a couple of platforms we're using. We're kicking off this morning with a legislative update, and really want to thank Candace Cotton, our legislative director, for being here. Between the budget, between the legislative processes we're in the middle of, suspense files, et cetera, there's a lot going on. And so if she looks a little bleary-eyed, it's because she is working extra hard right now. And we're very, very fortunate for her to be here with us. So thank you, and good morning, Candace. Thank you for being with us, and thanks for the
good morning. Do I look bleary-eyed? I'm just messing with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Candace. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Candace Cotton. I'm the Director of Legislative Affairs here at the State Water Resources Control Board. It's really nice to see so many of you in person. I know we've met, some of us have met last year at WQCC in person, but it's very rare that we get to actually sit in a room in person with each other. So this is really nice. Next slide, please. So I'm going to go through, every legislative session has some themes. And this year, there's some kind of general legislative themes, and they change based on current events. Data centers is getting a lot of attention this year in the legislature. We'll discuss this topic more in depth at the panel that I'm also on later this morning. And so I'm not going to go into much detail on that right now. Tribal interests is a big topic this year. Every year we see a few bills on this issue, but this year there's quite a few more with a growing number of authors. Next we see wildfire recovery. This is still a hot topic. It was a hot topic last session following the LA fires. Bills are really focused on wildfire, but also emergency response in general. CEQA reform and housing last year, again, you may recall that there was some sweeping CEQA reform that happened right at the beginning of the legislative session. We are seeing that trend continue, not quite going as far, but still kind of looking at CEQA. And it's just generally, but then also in regards to housing and expediting housing and trying to tackle the housing shortage throughout the state. And this year we've actually seen, because of the sweeping CEQA reform that we saw at the beginning of last session, we're also seeing some legislators who are interested in pushing it, and then some of them who are interested in kind of pulling it back. And it kind of depends on what side of the spectrum they're on. And then golden mussels. That's a really hot topic in the legislature right now. Lots of water agencies, as I'm sure you all know, throughout the state are really dealing with this as an emerging issue, and the legislature is responding. And a lot of times, it doesn't always take a crisis for the legislature to act on issues, but we definitely see patterns emerge based on current events. So next slide, please. I'll go into a little bit of detail on some of these bills. These are assembly bills that I thought the regions might be interested in. And I'm going to go a little out of order. They're listed in bill order up here, but I'm going to talk about them in groups. So AB 1772, Assemblymember Pappen has a golden mussels bill. It's currently on the assembly floor, and it would authorize CDFW to order that boats be dried and decontaminated after they're in water bodies that are potentially have golden mussels in them. And it also builds out a certification program and a reciprocity program, meaning that other local governments who are doing certification programs could qualify for CDFW's certification program. So, there's a lot of, I think, water district support for these types of things. And so that one's more dealing with stopping the spread of golden mussels. Whereas AB 2032, the ransom bill, it's another golden mussel bill, also on the assembly floor. But this one actually directs multiple water agencies, including the state and regional boards, to attempt to accelerate the response to golden mussels. So it's got some permit streamlining provisions in it. And it would also exempt, I think importantly, exempt water systems. There's provisions in law right now that say that they're not allowed to possess or transport invasive species. And so this changes that so that they can properly tackle the golden mussel issue. And the water boards would be required to identify tools and existing processes available to assist with responsive to the invasive mussel issue. And I don't know if there's anyone from DWQ here today, but I know that there's a draft, the state board has a draft general order that does have provisions that would apply to golden mussels. So. And of course, that one has no opposition. AB 1821 Pacheco, this is a Public Records Act update bill. And as introduced, the bill represented some really major changes to PRA requests, but it was scaled down pretty majorly in committee. So right now, what it represents is a change from 10 calendar days to 10 business days for PRA response. I think this is a tough line for everyone to walk. We all, I think, really support and believe that there should be access to the public. I mean, we're all public servants. But, I think that's, of course, a pivotal part of state service, but responding to numerous requests is sometimes difficult and takes up a lot of time. So, the good thing is that the legislature seemingly recognizes that, and so that's why we're seeing legislation introduced on the topic. AB 1881 is an Assemblymember Ramos bill called the California Indian Freedom Act. It's currently on the assembly floor. We expect some amendments out of appropriations off of the suspense file yesterday. And this would prohibit state agencies from substantially burdening tribal religious practices on state public lands and would require tribal consent for project actions that negatively impact sacred sites. So it would also have provisions in it that would require increased outreach and consultation with tribes and more through documentation of impacts to tribes. AB 2218, also a tribal bill specifically about tribal water policy. also on the assembly floor. And this bill would require the water boards and other agencies to implement policy specifically to address inequities regarding water when revising or adopting new policies, regulations, and permits. And it also has some increased tribal consultation language and would create a stronger legal obligation to protect tribal waters. AB 2513 is a Petrie-Norris bill. And this is actually a grant bill and would create regional landscape grants. So this requires specified state agencies to collaborate with the Wildfire Forest Resiliency Task Force, specifically to establish guidelines for funding for landscape scale projects. So what we're expecting to see as a result of this is an increase in really large scale permitting at the regional levels. And I think, next slide, we'll go into Senate bills really quick. So SB 601 was introduced last session, and that bill is still pending in the Assembly Appropriations Committee. It was turned into a 2-year bill. And it currently, as written, adds a category of nexus waters between waters of the state and waters of the US. And the purpose was to attempt to try and capture what was kind of used to be waters of the US, but was scaled back after the Sackett decision by creating this kind of new, what they're calling nexus waters. And then just, on that topic, if you all haven't seen it on Jan 1 of this year, 2026, the DWQ and the state board submitted a Sackett report to the legislature, which is available online. SB 904 SWRCB is a wildfire recovery bill, and it would require the Housing and Community Development Department to work with state and local agencies to identify permits and regulations that could be temporarily streamlined after an emergency or wildfire to speed up recovery and building. And it would also require state agencies to accept electronic submissions, even by email, for permits, applications, and other recovery-related documents. SB 1259 Blakespear, this is a refinery decommissioning bill. It had some potentially substantial amendments come off of the suspense file yesterday. And so we're not really quite sure what this bill looks like because we haven't seen the amendments come through. But previous to yesterday, this bill would have required the state board to create a comprehensive set of guidelines for estimating costs, methods, and timelines associated with refinery closures and remediation. And that deadline to do that was December 31st, 2027. So we would have had to do that pretty quickly. And would require every refinery after that to submit a decommissioning plan to the state board. And then the state board would then have 6 months to review that plan and comment on the report and send it back. But this could all change because we haven't seen what the amendments look like. And it sounded, based on what happened in committee yesterday, it sounded like it could be pretty substantial. And then SB 1123, Senator Wiener bill. This is a bill that impacts major regulations, and it would require an agency to calculate offsetting benefits, impacts, and savings that might result from the regulation and then factor into the agency's economic impact. So when you are planning to do major regulations, I'm not an expert on this process, but my understanding is that you have to do kind of an initial economic evaluation. So this would kind of increase that initial economic valuation while you're factoring in the benefits in the economic report. And then if it's anything, I think over $50,000, you don't have to do, we actually think that there would be fewer regs that qualify, right, as major regulations. So we could see if this bill continues, we could see some real impacts to kind of how we evaluate regs going forward. And then lastly, SB 1326, Senator Wahab. This is another tribal bill, and it's CEQA, Tribal Cultural Resources Bill. So it actually expands the definition of tribal cultural resources under CEQA, which may require lead agencies to adopt mitigation measures when they're doing their EIR documents if there's an identified cultural impact. And it also includes potentially more expansive tribal consultation language, as we're seeing, as is a theme throughout the other tribal consultation bills. That's it for this slide. Next slide, please. And then, the other thing that I wanted to highlight is that this has been a time of transition, throughout the state government, both from the governor terming out, but then we also saw a new Senate President pro tem take over, Monique Limon. Every time there's a change in leadership in the legislature, we see a change of chairs, committee membership, as well as, leadership within that house. And so it's been really interesting and exciting to kind of watch that unfold. And as we all know, the governor's terming out. I've never been part of a state agency when there's a change in administration. So I'm personally really looking forward to just seeing how it plays out. I think just from a policy nerd standpoint, it'll be really fun and interesting to watch. And next slide. And there's a picture of Chonkers, who I've been really enjoying watching. An R2 resident of Pier 39. And that's the end. Thanks.
Thank you incredibly, Candace. We're very fortunate for you because I know there's just a ton of legislative interest in the water boards and their work, and you represent us so well. So thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Looking to questions. We have time for some questions for Candace.
I'm sorry, say it again. Watch what you wish for. True.
Candace, thank you again for your presentation. Does the Sackett bill amend Porter Cologne? Or
No.
it would not?
It would not amend Porter Cologne. No. Essentially, what they're trying to do is create a separate and distinct, almost a new permitting structure for the Nexus waters that would more closely align with federal under the Clean Water Act. And so it's been a little, it's definitely been interesting to watch to see, what the arguments in committee have been and what, support and opposition are saying. But it's my understanding that they're just trying to create, kind of a new category, but no, it would not impact Porter Cologne.
From what you can see thus far, would it leave this organization responsible for jurisdictional determinations under this new authority?
That's a really good question. I think that those, this isn't going to be a very clear or good answer, but I think, from what we can tell right now, it kind of remains to be seen. The conversations are ongoing. I think that both support and opposition are still trying to figure out what that means for our agency. So more to come, I guess. It does? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, around waste discharge requirements and such.
Oh, got it. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Following up on that,
Yeah.
does this law, if it were to pass, aspire to create these new nexus designated waters to be dealt with closer to the way we think of waters of the state? Or does it move it to have the nexus waters dealt with the new interpretation of waters of the US?
Go ahead. Thanks, Yvonne.
Yeah.
What direction
Yeah.
are we moving in?
Yeah, it would define this third category called nexus waters and treat them as waters of the US under the same kind of
Okay.
authorities and statutes. And
And it would also add back in things like citizen suit provisions and others that you lose when.
That was taken out.
Oh, that was taken
Yeah,
out
that was
recently?
taken out. It's a lot to pay attention to, which
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
The bill is very much, I know, in flux, and we are, working through the governor's office to provide feedback.
I
and
think
such, so.
the big one is the jurisdictional determinations. I think that's kind of the toughest thing because I didn't see in the new edits that it had sorted that out. And
Yeah, and I think it's helpful to reflect is we did provide a report to the legislature that kind of gives our take on, what changes, what this all means as a consequence to our programs and some recommendations for how to, maybe go about some of this. So it's a bill that's certainly moving and we're doing our part to provide some feedback on and in flux. And so a lot of this is still to be determined. John.
And on the golden mussel bills, are there any provisions in those bills that require that these be eradicated with chemicals, either eradicated with chemical substances or application of substances that prevent their growth, and especially any substances that contain copper?
So yes, there's no requirement on what types to use. There are, I believe in the ransom bill, it is allowable to use copper substances. And I know that a lot of the regions, Assemblymember Dixon has had a bill that would allow copper to be used in, bays for mussel eradication. And so I know that's a really important issue to many of the regions. I think, one of the things, I am certainly not an expert in copper, but from my very high level, what I have been told from like Susie and some other folks in the regions who are really struggling with this, it is really temperature, impacted by temperature, flow, and then also, temperature, flow, and, a lot of some other
And the hardness.
environmental factors. Yeah.
and the hardness of the.
Yeah. And so I think that's why they're looking at, different types of things that could potentially be applicable. And I think, my understanding from looking at the bills is that there's no one size fits all approach. They're trying to keep it open.
Yeah.
And so you all would still have kind of permitting authority there.
I truly think there should be an amendment to rename the golden mussels to something a little gnarlier. Golden mussels sounds great. Let's put them in the same bucket as murder hornets and things like that. So
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say,
Arsenic mussels.
I mean, because a number of us regions have actually set TMDLs to control
Yes.
copper going
Right,
into these
right.
bays. That's going to set us back big time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Al and then Celeste.
Yes, on this list that you have here, on the enforcement on SB 1081, is there funding available? Because it says here compliance, eligible for compliance projects. Is there funding available for that?
You said which bill? I'm sorry.
That was SB 1081.
You'll have to excuse me. I don't have every single bill in my head.
I'll
I'll look it up. Give me a
That's
second.
fine.
It's authored by Laird.
Oh, Assemblymember Laird, that bill died on the suspense file yesterday. So there's,
Yeah, the
yeah,
bill's not moving
it's
forward.
not moving forward.
Celeste, and then we should transition to our funding discussion.
So I'm interested in all these, golden mussels, and I agree, we need to change the name, do something like quagga that.
Oh, apologies.
Bad.
Sorry, Celeste, can you use a mic for the people online? They won't be able to hear you. Sorry about that.
I'm interested in what we will, in the future call the zip tie or some kind of weird mussel that has the color of gold, that we're kind of feel like we're starting from scratch. And we went through this whole process with quagga. And it seems like a lot of what we did in quagga ought to be applicable for this new mussel that needs a new name. So I'm kind of surprised that we're seeing it all over again.
Yeah, and I think the challenge is once it was spotted, it became pretty obvious here that it's pretty much already spread. You know, there's no real containment now. It's starting to really do our best to address. So, well, thank you. Really appreciate it, Candace. Thank you, everyone. And do know, you know, as the legislative session unfolds, or if you are all hearing anything, you know, Candace and her team are always available. And I just really appreciate the EOs who I know are all working with her shop. So thank you. We'll give a moment here for,
And I just also, because I have all of you here, really want to let you know that we are tracking all of your reappointments that are coming through. And so, you know, I think we have 16 reappointees kind of moving through the legislative session just this year. And so I just wanted to let you know that I appreciate you all getting your responses in on time. And yeah, thank you. Happy to work with you.
been a rock star there. Thank you so much. All right. As we have heard, what we've been fortunate since 2019 to be able to have done here is invest $12 billion in the state of California. It's low interest loans and drinking water, wastewater, water recycling, stormwater capture. And actually, of all of our divisions at the water boards, it's actually a division of financial assistance that is our largest by staffing. And so that the ability to make that sort of investment in the state is because of the leadership of Joe Karkowski and his team. I want to give a round of applause for Joe. And here at the top, just thank Joe. Joe will be retiring here in a couple of months, and the improvements that he's made in the program, the parity that we now see with the drinking water SRF, with the clean water SRF, the pairing, all the maximizing of the investments that we've been able to get from the feds and the state have been under Joe's watch here, and we've just been very fortunate for that leadership. So wanted to make sure and give a special thanks as I hand it off to you to talk about all the great work that we've been doing and what we're seeing here in the years ahead.
Thanks, Joaquin, and great to see everybody. So I'm Joe Karkowski. I'm Deputy Director of Division of Financial Assistance. I'm joined by Josh Zeese, who's one of my Assistant Deputy Directors. He heads up our admin and OpCert branch. So we have a lot to cover. I'm putting us on a timer, Josh. So if you hear something dinging, that means we've gone over time. So go ahead, next slide, please. So we'll cover a number of topics. Josh will give an overview. We'll talk about the state revolving fund programs and cleanup and abatement account, and also our safer funding program. So we'll probably give a light touch to a lot of the slides, or lots of detail in there. So we'll have time for questions if you want to touch on anything we didn't get to. Next slide. So just to start with, as Joaquin mentioned, we're a pretty large division. We have about 330 people. We do about $2 billion a year or so between all of our funding programs and financing commitments, loans, and grants. The operator certification program is also part of the Division of Financial Assistance. So we certify all the wastewater treatment plant operators, drinking water treatment operators, and distribution as well. So that's about 40,000 certifications. So we have a small but mighty group that oversees that program. So some of the main take-home messages, as Joaquin mentioned, there's been a large influx of both state and federal funds over the last 5 years or so, which has been great. That's kind of coming to an end. We've been doing a great job of committing those funds. Probably have another 1 or 2 years to expend those funds, get them committed to projects. The projects will last, construction 2, 3, 4 years before all the money is actually totally expended. But then there's a fairly large drop off in federal funding, especially, but also state funding. So we'll touch on that as well. Now, one of our mainstays, we'll talk about our SRF loan program. So because that's the state revolving fund revolves our loan program is going to be sort of the mainstay. We'll have that loan capacity essentially in perpetuity. So we still have a lot of funding that's available. Next slide. Okay, now I'll turn it over to Josh.
Thanks, Joe. So I'm gonna give an overview of our funding portfolio effectively. So next slide, please. So beginning about 10 years ago when the drinking water program came over, the division really began rethinking its water financing programs. And to take a quick step back, the division is fundamentally divided between two major wings. There's our water financing programs, and then there's our cleanup fund branch, which focuses on our petroleum cleanup and mitigation programs. So first up is our water financing programs. And about 10 years ago, there was a major rethink. The rethink was really to reevaluate policies, forms, applications, engagement, to really design the programs to meet the applicants at their need and to provide as much as possible that consistent interface with the division like a bank works. And so with that, the division really invites applicants in to first discern, okay, are we talking about a drinking water, a wastewater, water recycling, stormwater, or groundwater financing need? And then from there, the division engages with the applicant to determine what's the type of project that's needed. Are we talking construction financing, planning, interim or emergency assistance, pending that construction project? And then on top of it, has one of the most robust technical assistance programs nationwide, providing that suite of wraparound services, especially for our small disadvantaged communities, to get them to the point where we can get them that construction financing. But it's all around this notion of what's the type of project we're going to try and finance. From there, using umbrella policies, the division then evaluates what's the loan ability? What's the grant principal forgiveness, which is a form of grant that can be provided, especially for those communities that have the affordability challenges and so forth. And so with all that information, engaging with the applicant directly, goes to work in the background, querying 40+ funding programs to put that package together in the background for the applicant of what's going to best meet their need on an affordability basis and best bring the project about to achieve the water objectives of the board and the program. And so that there then lists in the bottom there some of our major funding programs, of course, the SRFs, which Joe mentioned there. So next slide, please. So to give some scale to some of our major funding programs, I got this slide up here. We do have our drinking water and clean water state revolving funds at approximately $20 billion over the last 25 years or so. They are by far the largest financing programs, providing for a suite of services from construction, planning, technical assistance, and so forth over the life of these programs. Next in line is our general obligation bond programs. Now, these are the programs, the proposition measures voted on by California voters, and over the last 25 years or so has provided about $5 billion for that suite of water financing need, drinking water, wastewater, water recycling, so forth. Thereafter, we have our general fund programs. That has provided about $1.5 billion, largely going out as grants, like the general obligation bond programs. And that is primarily the 2021 water resiliency package. Thereafter, we have the Safe Affordable Drinking Water Fund, probably one of our most valuable funds for meeting the needs of our small disadvantaged communities, especially since it can provide for services and project types that our other financing programs can't when it comes to drinking water need. And then finally, we have about $575 million in some of our other smaller programs, largely coming from non-SRF federal grants, and then our cleanup and abatement account, which I know the regional boards are well aware of. Next slide, please. So to give further context to the size of the SRFs, which are our largest financing programs, and as Joe mentioned, are going to be our greatest source of funding over these next few years. I've got this presentation here on the SRF assets, approximately $10 billion, and these assets are the loans that have been issued over the life of these programs going back to 1988, and that will continue to revolve in perpetuity, meaning forever. Forever, we're going to be issuing loans and generating interest earnings and relending that money out. So at 10 billion currently in assets, the SRFs are 2 times larger than the average California chartered bank. So these programs are massive and will continue to operate in perpetuity. Next slide, please. So these are major funding programs. It's not done in a silo within the Division of Financial Assistance. It actually takes a number of professional external partners. For the SRFs, of course, we have US EPA, which provides the annual federal capitalization grant and prescribes requirements for project prioritization and other requirements. For the leveraging programs within the SRFs, because the State Water Board issues revenue bonds out of the SRF to increase the lending capacity of the SRFs, we call that the leveraging program. The leveraging program requires a number of partners. We have the Treasurer's Office, which actually issues our bonds. We have credit agencies. We have Wall Street banks and underwriters that will actually purchase our bonds. We actually have retail buyers at times as well. We have the California iBank that participates in our leveraging program. And then we have a variety of consultants from tax and bond counsel to financial advisor. This whole team ensuring the capacity and compliance of our leveraging program. We also, in the general obligation bond programs, the State Water Board only gets a piece of every proposition measure. So the proposition measures are on a global level managed by, in general, the California Natural Resources Agency. And under them, it's Department of Water Resources and the Department of Parks and Rec as bond coordinators that oversee the implementation of the entire proposition measure, which includes us here at the Water Board. So a lot of coordination and reporting and compliance requirements. Under our Safe Affordable Drinking Water Fund, which is capitalized from the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, that GGRF is what we call it, is managed by the Cal Air Resources Board. And so very instrumental in coordinating and reporting between 2 agencies in its use. But it's under the Safe Affordable Drinking Water Fund that we largely have the funding for our technical assistance providers. So self-help, RCAC, those types, they're the ones out on the front lines in our small disadvantaged communities, providing those services to try and help get them established eventually for that construction project. Next slide, please. So the other wing of the division, not to be forgotten, but big as well, our cleanup fund focused on petroleum cleanup and other mitigation programs. We got some of the programs listed here. We've got the Orphan Site Cleanup Fund, RUST, EAR, SCAP, again, focused a lot on remediating, replacing, addressing leaking underground storage tanks, emergencies and cleanup of recalcitrant sites, an investigation of source of contamination and remediation. Next to them, we have the cleanup and abatement account, which I know the regional boards are well aware of and make full use of. The cleanup and abatement account actually right now administratively spans both wings of the division. In one respect, it's providing for those contracts for the regional board use and other grants for the cleanup and abating of waste on California waters. But it's also providing for grants for urgent drinking water needs under our water financing program, largely that interim and emergency assistance. Next slide, please. So finally, just want to highlight what's all been accomplished over the last 5 years or so by a group of hardworking and dedicated staff within the division. Since 2021, almost 3,000 applications reviewed, providing for almost or just over 2,400 funding agreements of some kind, constituting $9.5 billion in funding committed. This resulted in, so far, 21,000 payments totaling $7.8 billion. So a lot accomplished over the last 5 years by the division, and will continue to do so moving forward. Next slide.
Okay, thanks, Josh. Next slide, please. So again, we could spend, easily an hour on any of these programs. So this will be a really brief overview. But before I get to that, I also wanted to mention that, DFA, we wouldn't be successful without working very closely with our partners in Office of Chief Counsel, in accounting, especially to get those funding agreements out, and really on the administrative side as well. And I see Jackie here. She and her team have a great time working with us on outreach and media events. And of course, you heard from Candace, we got a lot of inquiries from legislators as well. So the Clean Water State Revolving Fund. So this slide kind of points out our maximum loan amount. So that's been pretty constant for several years at $50 million. We have about a $600 million loan capacity. The water recycling program, so that can also get clean water SRF loan and sometimes drinking water SRF loan, depending on the project. Right now, we have some Proposition 4 fundings, and we have a maximum grant amount of $15 million for that. On the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund side, we also have a $50 million loan cap and about a $300 million annual loan capacity. And then finally, with emerging contaminants, so these funds came from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, or the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. So primarily focused on drinking water projects to address PFAS, 1,2,3 TCP, manganese. So there's really no grant limit for small disadvantaged communities. We have the communities that have mostly taken advantage of this to a large extent are in Southern California, where they've been aggressively addressing PFAS. So they have about a $25 million cap per system. Okay, next slide, please. So, of course, we work very closely with our Division of Water Quality, often with the regional boards as well. Our programs really exist to help systems come in compliance with our regulations, permits, and policies. So as I mentioned, the loans are available for wastewater and water recycling projects. The focus of the loans are really on, we have a scoring system that we use as all these applications come in. So the focus is on compliance projects, water recycling, nutrient removal, all receive kind of additional points in that scoring system. For the first time, the board changed its policy, so we more directly give points for affordability considerations. A lot of systems turn to us, even though it's more complicated in many ways than they're going out and on the bond market, they do get a huge break on the interest rate. So there's a big savings, about half of the general obligation bond rate. So it's around 2.1% now. So that water recycling fund, those funds that I talked about, will have money available for about the next 2 to 3 years. And then we work real closely with our Division of Drinking Water on the any grants or loans that we provide to drinking water systems. So the loans are focused on public health as prioritized, hexavalent chromium and PFAS projects as well. Again, we explicitly consider affordability when ranking and scoring loan projects. The interest rate is slightly different just based on how it's calculated, but it's, again, right around 2%. And then again, mentioned emerging contaminants. So there are 2 big pots of funds. One is generally available for EC projects. The other is focused on smaller disadvantaged communities. Okay, next slide. So this is kind of the simplified version of how the state revolving fund works. We've received federal capitalization grants for 3-4 decades. So a portion of that goes to capitalizing the loans. A portion is available for principal forgiveness or grants. And then there's funding that's set aside for administration and on the drinking water side for regulatory oversight purposes. So the state provides a 20% match. We loan the money out, we get money back, the loan repayments plus interest. We actually, that loan portfolio that Josh mentioned, we're able to leverage that, meaning we can issue revenue bonds based on those assets we have. So that's a way of getting money sooner, instead of waiting for those repayments. So we have a few $1 billion in revenue bonds that we've issued. And again, some of the grant fund we get and some of the loan repayments go to principal forgiveness or grants, primarily to small disadvantaged communities. Next slide. So this slide shows that big influx of funding from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Now, what has been occurring is we've been getting a haircut with earmarks. I know, Alexis, you probably remember those from your EPA days. So they went away for, I think, 10 or 15 years, and then they've come back with a vengeance. So what's happened is our base SRF program is where those earmarks have been taken from. And so for those of you who don't know, it's also called congressionally directed spending, is there a congressional representative or senator will put in a pitch for a project, and that project will get EPA grant funding. Normally not anywhere near what it costs to fund the project, but might be $1 million, $2 million, that sort of thing. And they don't necessarily use the same criteria as we do in terms of who should receive grant funding. So you see during the last 5 years, those reductions from the earmarks have been masked by this increase in IIJA funding. But that goes away next year. And so I don't really see any incentive for Congress to want to get rid of earmarks because they celebrate, when they bring money back to their districts or states. So we're looking at a reduction in our base program by over 50% from before the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. So that's pretty significant. So you can see that's a pretty big funding cliff there. And that's just on the clean water side. Drinking water looks similar. Okay, next slide, please. So for small community wastewater, we have grants and principal forgiveness. As Josh mentioned, it's a continuous application process. So as applications come in, if they're ready to go for construction funding and they meet the eligibility criteria and the priorities, we start processing those applications. So we're really focused, primarily on priorities around if there's a compliance issue, a septic to sewer project, that sort of thing. So there, within the intended use plan, we identify maximum cost per connection, maximum grant per project. And for clean water, small disadvantaged community is less than 20,000 population, 80% or less of the statewide median household income, which about now median household income is right around $100,000. So it's right around 80,000. So we look at cost per residential connection, also including schools. Next slide. So the funding we can provide, we have technical assistance, and that can be kind of soup to nuts, helping just with an application or for full planning and design as well. We have separate planning grants we can provide, and then the construction grants based on those priorities I mentioned. So if there's a violation of a WDR or NPDES permit, then we prioritize those, and it has to be, the regional board has identified a violation. And, septic to sewer projects are really important to our board. You get multiple benefits, obviously protecting groundwater, and also regionalization as well as a priority. And for the septic to sewer projects, we can help fund the residential connection fees and the laterals on private property. And these have been really effective in those regions where they've had prohibitions. It's easiest to get those kind of projects funded. All right, next slide, please. All right, Josh.
Cleanup and abatement account. We're doing pretty good, sort of. All right, next slide, please. So cleanup and abatement account, one of the oldest funds and programs here at the State Water Board. funded by the administrative civil liability fines and penalties of the regional board and state board. That constitutes the bulk of the revenue into the fund for the purposes of CA projects. We do have some other funding sources. In the past, there's been some general fund appropriations. Of course, there's investment earnings, and it is a fund where various court-ordered judgments get deposited for very specific projects. But by and large, it's the regional board's fines and penalties that provide for CA projects under this fund, of which we have sort of two major projects types eligible under the fund. We have the assisting in cleaning up a waste and or abating the effects of waste on waters of the state, which I know is heavily utilized for regional board purposes. But we also do have projects that address urgent drinking water needs, and that goes out as grants via the Division of Financial Assistance here at the Water Board. Next slide, please. The board did adopt guidelines back in 2018 that amongst these two project types establishes a priority scheme effectively. We have tier 1 primary urgency needs and projects, which, sorry, I wasn't keeping up here. Again, tier 1 being the emergency projects that require immediate action to mitigate a significant threat to environmental or public health, where there's no viable responsible party or an unwilling party. That has been the financing out of the CAA that has occurred for the life of the program, and especially for the last few years. We also have projects addressing urgent drinking water needs under tier 1 priorities. And again, these last several years, there's been some urgent drinking water needs financing occurring. But there's also tier 2 secondary urgency priorities. Now, these are projects that address a less urgent need to clean up a waste or abate the effect of a waste. And only recently, if we go to the next slide, next slide, please. Recently, there was an excess amount of available cash within the CAA, while still reserving some funding within the CAA for tier 1 priorities. But there was an amount available within the CAA that the board elected to allocate approximately 20.7 million of that for some tier 2 secondary urgency projects. And of that, the board elected to set aside 15 million for regional board CA projects, of which it was allocated to the respective regional boards for their use under the CA guidelines. 725,000 for DWQ, and then 5 million for a new grant program benefiting disadvantaged and severely disadvantaged environmental justice communities and tribes. And that program is underdeveloped right now, and we're intending to kick that off this next fiscal year. That does leave around, as of June 30th last year, it left around 13.7 million for those tier 1 emergency projects as they may occur. Next slide, please.
Okay, thanks, Josh. So I'll wrap it up with a brief overview of our SAFER program. So this is our funding program primarily for small disadvantaged communities for drinking water projects. Next slide. So again, we have pretty comprehensive support we can provide, long-term solution planning, construction funding, which is, kind of typically what we do, but also emergency and interim assistance. And not just for public water systems or community water systems, but also for domestic well communities too. We also can provide technical capacity or managerial support. Okay, next slide. So with the long-term planning assistance, this chart kind of shows from, kind of the problem identification through project completion, and the sort of the middle part that we can support through, our planning, our technical assistance programs, where we have third-party entities, non-governmental organizations, some private as well, to help out with, identifying the project, working with stakeholder groups. And, a lot of times that's through the TA providers, and also our OPEDA also works a lot with stakeholder engagement for certain projects we work on. And then, all through securing the funding for either the planning project or, eventually for construction. Next slide, please. So the technical assistance, you can see there's a pretty comprehensive suite of technical assistance that we're able to provide. So kind of divided this up between planning and capacity development. So this is available both for drinking water and wastewater. On drinking water, we have much more funding available than wastewater, but both are available. So on the capacity development side, it includes things like doing rate studies, certainly a challenge with a lot of small communities, ensuring they have adequate rates to support their capital and operation and maintenance, doing financial audits, legal support, even board and operator training. And then for the technical assistance, as I mentioned, there's support for community outreach and engagement, doing things like feasibility studies, what are the options to solve a given problem, the engineering reports, detailed plans and specs, CEQA support, permitting support, and even once they get a construction agreement, helping with construction management as well. Next slide. So you can see we made a pretty big investment over the last few years. So it's over $340 million on the drinking water side. About half of that has been already committed. And so about half is kind of our remaining capacity, both to continue with the existing planning efforts that have begun, as well as with new planning efforts. So this has been really great. Especially if small communities in general, they don't have the ability to have sort of their plans ready to go when funding becomes available. So we're getting, even if we don't end up having funding available, say in 2 or 3 years, they'll be teed up and ready to go once funding is available. So this will take us through 2029. Next slide. So there are different kind of funding pathways for construction grants. We have, Josh mentioned urgent drinking water needs. So these are usually smaller, simpler projects. We have a pretty quick pathway. We also have our expedited drinking water grant program that allows us to commit funds. When a feasibility study has been done, we have some idea of cost, but maybe not everything's been buttoned up quite yet. And then our traditional sort of grant application process. Next slide. So this is sort of an overview of the funding that's been committed. I'll kind of skip over that. It's a lot. And then the very last slide gives you kind of an idea and sense of where different projects are. Next slide, please. So gives an idea of where various projects are and how we've categorized the drinking water system. So this is a little preview of what you might see with the wastewater needs assessment eventually. So on the drinking water side, we've identified failing systems, those that are at risk, and then kind of non-failing. And this shows you kind of a distribution of where those projects are. Top line, I think, is really important to look at. It's, very impressive collectively. I think what we've been able to do is we're working with over 750 water systems. There are 130 plus consolidation projects. There's a huge number of the failing systems that we're actually currently working with. I think that percentage is wrong because it's like 274 failing systems out of about 400. So it's more like 2/3 are getting either technical assistance or some amount of funding, and also domestic well communities. There's been a big effort where they're getting hauled water, well replacement for dry wells. So that's it, and I think we wrapped it up in 30 minutes. Josh, good job. So.
Incredible job on the presentation and just incredible job generally. The numbers bear out just how productive and how beneficial ultimately DFA has been to so many communities out there, and it's just really appreciated and seen. Questions from folks? Alexis, please.
A quick question. Thank you, Joe, for all you've accomplished and your team. You've been helping us understand some of the barriers that we experience to getting stormwater projects funded. And a question arose in funding a stormwater project, the applicant needs to have a dedicated source of repayment. In a stormwater setting, sometimes that's an obstacle. I don't know, is it a state requirement that we've created or some other requirement that it be a dedicated source of funding versus a general fund source of funding and the risks that that implies?
Yeah. Basically, we're like any other bank, right? So if you, when you go out to get a loan, you have to secure that loan somehow, right? Usually like with your home loan, you're securing it with your asset and they're looking at, well, do you actually have an income to pay your mortgage? So we do the same sort of thing. So if there's if they would like to repay with the general fund revenue stream, we'd need to have a good sense of how it's being secured. So we do have flexibility and in terms of when we negotiate the loan terms, sometimes like say setting aside a greater amount in a reserve account might be one way of potentially overcoming the challenge of the general fund revenue could be moved to different needs. So somehow it needs to be secured, right? So we generally try to make, if they don't have like a way, like their sewer fund, which is generally, dedicated to that, we would need to make sure that there is part of that general fund revenue stream is going to dedicate it to paying off that loan. So it does become more complicated. I don't know, with stormwater, we haven't had the projects we've been able to fund it are those like, I think San Diego and LA where they actually have like that dedicated revenue stream. Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of the challenges with dedicated means we are going to place a lien on it. So they make a pledge of it, it becomes a lien. And so a lot of the challenge with some of these projects is they may not have the authority to allow us to place the lien or are not comfortable doing that. That becomes another part of the challenge.
Thank you. I see, David, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Well, first of all, thank you for the presentation. I wish I could be there in person to have absorbed all of it. There is so much there, complicated but very impressive. Thank you. So I have two questions. First, in Region 4, we have a really significant problem with dry cleaners and VOC contamination in the soil and groundwater. And the dry cleaners, many of them are very small businesses. They can't be answerable economically, and insurance doesn't cover it. So I was just trying to sort through your presentation. Do I understand correctly that a grant wouldn't be available to clean up those properties, but that a loan could be? Or could you elaborate on that? And then I have another question, if I may, on the septic to sewer part of the presentation.
Yeah, so we do have a small funding program relative to the needs. So it's a site cleanup sub-account program. We just brushed over it really quickly. So there's a little over $40 million that we have available per year. It comes off of the fuel storage fee that's part of the cleanup fund program. Our board just recently gave the nod to having sort of 100% of the money available go to the site cleanup sub-account, but still, again, it's going to be about $43 million or so dollars. We're able to fund about 10 projects a year, and we have an application backlog of about 400 plus. And so those are mostly dry cleaner sites, everybody in the same situation. Like there's no way the owner can afford that in general. I mean, so we do the board's prioritization system that they established a couple of years ago was to focus on disadvantaged communities and also environmental justice communities primarily, but also considering the potential human health risks. So when you put all those together, we do have a lot of projects like in highly urban areas for sure, in Region 4 included. But it's super challenging. The need is way more than the funding that we have available right now.
Okay. Thank you. And regarding the septic to sewer uh, uh, part that you were covering. So we have this issue because of the fires, and the question now becomes for these communities, do they now upgrade their sewer systems to put advanced sewer systems in as part of the permitting process for them, or are they going to, as a community, convert to sewers? And because that will take time, and it'll be, it'll cost money. And so many of these poor folks are kind of stuck in limbo here. So how does the septic to sewer program work? And have you received, applications from, places such as Altadena or Malibu that are suffering this kind of paralysis right now?
Yeah, I don't think we've received any applications, but certainly same thing occurred with the town of Paradise, where a lot of folks are on septic there. And the challenge, like they weren't able to get FEMA funding because I think FEMA was considering it new infrastructure. So you're going from septic to sewer. And the costs there were just really huge. So I don't know if the first step is somebody will need to develop a cost estimate. You'd need an entity as well, a legal entity that takes the lead. So that's a lot of times one of the challenges with septic to sewer projects is you don't have an established entity like a district. So I would also say that addressing some of those issues is probably going to be both really big dollars and long term. So it'd be challenging, would be my guess, to be able to fund that with grant. Now, loan funds are going to be available. Like we said, Clean Water SRF is going to be around. But again, you'd need somebody to come in who's going to represent that area, would be able to say, here's the secured funding source, whether it's based on, property assessments initially maybe, and eventually getting the sewer fees. But it's certainly, folks in the area are interested, whether it's, I don't know if it'd be LA San or who might take ownership of that or take the lead. We could certainly talk to them about what the potential pathways are.
All right.
Awesome.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Really appreciate those questions. Let's give another round of applause for Joe and Josh. Many thanks. All right, we'll now transition to our emerging issues panel and like to call folks up, and I think I'll hand things over to Eric Ekdahl to try to get us started here.
Oh, excuse me. Thank you all. As people start to get situated and get the nameplates set up, I'm just going to provide a little bit of context for what this panel is and what we're hoping to get from it. We at the State Board have been getting a lot of questions both from the legislature and the media about this emerging topic of data centers. And it seems like if you look in online or the newspaper or kind of more traditional media sources, it seems like every day there's a news story about a data center and public protests that have blocked a data center, and a lot of it focused on water supply impacts. The water supply impacts have kind of ranged from potential groundwater issues to, you see some maybe potentially sensationalized stories, but potentially not sensationalized stories about communities where the water provider isn't able or says they're not able to provide a level of service due to the new supply demanded by a data center. The water used by a data center is really for cooling. And you have a lot of computer processors, they get pretty warm and you need to cool the temperatures. And so it, in many respects, runs like a once through or sometimes multiple times through cooling industrial process. There are water board connections related to discharges of waste if that kind of condensate is being discharged into a river, onto land, into potentially a sewer system. But there are other more kind of broader questions. How much water are data centers using? What are the potential impacts? Are there equity concerns? And a whole host of questions that have kind of developed. And so I think it was in early April, we actually ended up in a legislative hearing over before one of the assembly committees and talked about just industrial water use, but it really was focused on data centers and some interesting questions really driven out of some proposed data centers in the Imperial Valley region. And so we've brought together a team to kind of talk about how data centers are emerging as a topic in California, what our current regulatory slash role and authority is in how we collect data and maybe regulate data centers, and then talk about some pending legislative proposals that are in the legislature right now. With that, I'd like to introduce Heather Cooley, who is the I should have put my glasses on. Director of Research at the Pacific Institute. We have James Nachbauer, who's the Director for our Office of Research, Planning and Performance, and Candace Cotton, who you met earlier today, who is the Director for our Office of Legislative Affairs. So with that, I'll turn it over to Heather. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, it's a pleasure to be here with all of you and really fascinating discussion earlier. So I'm going to focus a little bit on data centers, just provide some basic information about what we know and what we don't know, of which there's quite a bit, but and hopefully tee it up for others to come on in. Next slide. Data centers are found across the United States. There are about 2,400 operational data centers in the US, but they're expanding rapidly, and there are about 1,400 that are either in the construction or planning stages. And 15 states account for about 80% of those data centers. Virginia being the top, you maybe have heard that in the news, but California has the third largest number of data centers at about 233 in operations. So I'll dig in a little bit further on California and where we're seeing sort of some projected growth. So next slide, please. This figure is showing sort of energy demand capacity for data centers in California, and that's for facilities that are in operation. That's shown there in blue. Facilities under construction, shown in orange, and then in gray are ones that are in the planning stages. The data centers that are either in planning or under construction would roughly double California's current energy demand capacity. And as you'll see here, data centers, or as I hope you can see, but I'll talk through it. Data centers have historically really concentrated in sort of metropolitan areas. So on the far right there is Santa Clara. We see other ones in San Francisco and Sacramento. So some of these areas where, large metropolitan areas, data centers perhaps aren't a significant amount of their demand. But what we're seeing growth in some of those areas, or at least projected growth, but we're also seeing expansion into new areas. So places like San Joaquin, Contra Costa, Kings County, and especially in Imperial County. That's the second one there with that large sort of gray one. That one is in the planning stages. So the issue is one of, data centers are not new. They're not a new idea, but we're seeing them grow rapidly, and we're seeing them expand into areas that haven't really had them in the past, and including more rural areas. Next slide, please. Another change that I think we're seeing in data centers is that the type of data centers are really shifting. There are several different kinds of data centers. There are these hyperscale, you may have heard that term, particularly in the news. These are these really large facilities, typically owned and operated by a single entity, by these large technology companies. So Amazon, Google, Microsoft, they are really operating those to support their cloud computing and their AI services that they're providing. So those are the hyperscale. You also have these what are called co-location. Those can range from small to large facilities. They tend to be operated by a third party, and then that third party rents out space. They rent out capacity, power, et cetera, to these other entities, to multiple tenants typically. That's shown on the graph. And then there are these kind of other smaller facilities. So these are often the sort of data centers of the past, right? They were internal, different buildings would have an internal data center. And maybe you all have had or worked in buildings where they are. We're really shifting away. Historically, those were the typical types of data centers that we've seen. We're shifting towards these large co-located and hyperscale data centers. So in addition to the rapid expansion, the expansion into new areas, we're also shifting towards these much larger data centers. Next slide. And that has some real implications in terms of the water component. So first, I'll say water use data are extremely limited for data centers. There's lots of numbers sort of floating around. If you start to trace them back, there's really just a couple of numbers. So what I'm showing here are estimated water withdrawals and consumption for the smaller data centers at the top. That's roughly about 24,000 gallons per day. That's withdrawals. But as you can see, for the medium size, those can be several 100,000 gallons per day. And when we get into these larger hyperscale data centers, those can be quite high, 750,000 gallons per day withdrawn, up to almost 7 million gallons per day for those large hyperscale data centers. So tremendous amount of variability in that average daily demand. And as I talked about, we're shifting away from those smaller data centers towards these larger data centers. The other thing I'll note, which is sort of a unique characteristic of data centers, they're using it for cooling and humidification. They really have a high consumptive ratio. So about 75% of the water that is withdrawn is consumed. That's quite different than obviously what we see in typical developments. Next slide, please. A lot of questions about, well, okay, we're hearing about data centers and their uses. How does that really compare to a typical commercial building? Again, you'll hear things of, well, it's the same as an office building. This figure is showing water withdrawals for a variety of different commercial subsectors. These are data that are taken from the federal government. They did a survey a number of years ago that's focused on energy, but back in 2012, they actually asked about water use. They got some data around particularly these large developments. And what you can see is there's a tremendous amount of variability even here, right? So at the low end, you're seeing 3,000 gallons per day for large warehouses, all the way up to about 74,000 gallons per day. Those are for the inpatient healthcare buildings. And so I added small data centers onto this figure. That's the circled number, just to give you some of that perspective. And yes, these small data centers are a little bit higher than office buildings, kind of in the mix there. But again, the shift is towards these medium and these large size data centers, which can be an order or 2 orders of magnitude higher than what we see as a typical commercial building. So again, important when you're hearing and reading about these things, to really be able to think about, are they talking about the data centers of the past or the data centers of today and tomorrow? And that often gets sort of conflated in some of the discussions around the issue. Next slide. Another key component when thinking about data center water use is that all the previous information was average daily use, but the reality is that data centers exhibit significant seasonal and peak daily water usage. A lot of that usage is concentrated right in those summer months and on those hot days. That obviously has some pretty significant implications for the water system, the local water system. So this is the peaking factors, at least that are out there right now in the literature, suggest that they can be a factor of 3 to 10. That means that the daily usage on those peak days is about 3 times up to 10 times higher than the average daily usage. The figure there, this is from a recent study that came out earlier this year, is showing a hyperscale data center in Iowa. On the left, it's showing the daily usage on the average. That's the line shown there, compared to what you see on these kind of hotter months and in different years. So you can see in that case, it's a peaking factor of over 4, and it varies from year to year, right? In those hotter, drier years, you're going to see higher peaking factors, as is kind of shown in there. The other one in the middle is showing when we look at peak use for a particular water system, that particular water system it's operating in, it accounts for about 30% of peak usage for that system. And when you look at the peak usage for the 25 or 26 largest, the data centers shown there on the far right. So its peaking factor is quite a bit higher than what we see for the other development. So again, something important to sort of keep in mind. And it's not necessarily making its way into some of the discussions, although we're hearing more and more. Next slide. The other important component about data centers, yes, we've talked about the water piece, but they use a lot of energy, and there's a lot of water associated with generating electricity. California, in many ways, is less water intensive, frankly, its electricity than in other states because there's a lot of solar PV, there's a lot of wind. Those don't consume as much water. But even when we look in California, and again, this was a study that came out late last year, that on-site water use, so that water use for cooling and for humidification represents only 5% of a data center's water footprint, so to speak. The remaining 95% is associated with its electricity usage. And so that can have implications, not for that particular site, but for the region and for the state more broadly. So again, not as often talked about when you hear the numbers being floated around, this idea of offsite or indirect water use is an important component. So next slide. I think this should be, my quick, and Eric, you touched on these, and I focused in on the water usage, peak, daily, but 75% of that water is consumed, 25% is not. And that is very concentrated. It is also showing peak characteristics, just like on the water usage side. So that can be a challenge for systems. Stormwater runoff can also, some of these are very, very large buildings. And so as those new ones are coming in, the idea of where is that stormwater going? How is it being managed? That's another issue to consider. And then finally, and this is starting to pop up a little bit, are the construction impacts. The impacts not only on water use, but runoff as well. And to keep in mind that what we're seeing, at least already, is that construction is not a one-time thing, that because these facilities may be expanding over time, there may be multiple phases of construction. And there was some recent reporting on some of those issues in the Southeast. So just to quickly summarize, next slide, please. So their data centers are expanding. Those planned or under construction would double California's capacity, and they're expanding into these new areas. The growth is primarily around these large co-located and hyperscale data centers, which are more water intensive than a typical commercial building. Most of the water that's used is consumed, and it's concentrated during those hot periods. Most of the water consumption, if you take a step back, is off-site, and it's associated with that electricity use. And then finally, the plea for more and better data. They're needed to really understand, anticipate, and address those local and regional impacts because data centers aren't going to go away, and so we need to be shifting and thinking about how do we build them responsibly and sustainably. I'll hand it off to you, James.
Thank you.
Yes.
Next slide, please. And there we go. Good morning. I'm James Nachbauer, the Director of the Office of Research, Planning and Performance here at the State Board. You may know us through the Climate Change Roundtable or our Climate Coordination, the Emergency Management Program, our training program for all staff, our peer review program that many regions use regularly, and our economic analysis team. Charlotte and I have been tapped recently to help coordinate and track data center issues as these are emerging and touching different aspects of the state and regional boards. Charlotte and I are trying, and we're not experts in all of these areas. So if you have questions or information, please let us know. We can also help connect you to people in drinking water or water quality or other units across the boards to help integrate our data center thinking. But briefly, there are a few points of connection between data centers and the boards. I'm going to go over those. First, those that are connected to systems, water systems and wastewater systems, and then data centers that are not as connected. So next slide, please. So on the more connected side, there are drinking water connections. The Division of Drinking Water has roles with the waterworks standards that apply to public water systems. And so what should be happening is a data center decides where it might want to be locating. It should reach out to the public water system and ask for a will serve letter, which is a commitment to provide water. And then the water system has to do some source capacity analysis to figure out if they can meet the needs of this new customer. They may be able to do that easily. They may need infrastructure upgrades. They may need additional sources. There may be costs associated with connecting to the system. That should all be handled by the public water system. The board, through the Division of Drinking Water, does do inspections of water systems to see if they are in compliance with these waterworks standards. And that can include assessing source capacity. In some cases, the board can ask that the water system do planning studies in case they haven't been planning adequately. And then, that's the bulk of sort of getting the water. In some cases, it's possible that a data center might actually constitute itself as a water system, in which case they would be themselves having to follow all the waterworks standards. Next slide, please. So once a data center has its water, there are a lot of questions coming about how efficiently it is using that water for cooling. As Eric Oppenheimer mentioned, the board adopted efficiency standards through its regulation for making making conservation a way of life. That does relate to the efficiency of water use in urban areas, but it does not address the efficiency of the use of processed water by businesses in those utility service areas. So again, while the conservation reg does look at efficiency broadly, it does not look at the specifics of data centers or other businesses. Processed water is actually statutorily excluded from our regulatory framework through state law. And then on the wastewater side, there are various concerns because these discharges can be high volume, they can be chemically treated, they may be coming in abrupt slugs of release. And so there can be impacts to collection systems, to treatment processes, and receiving waters. And so water quality staff should be paying attention to these things. Next slide, please. For data centers that are not connected to either water systems or wastewater systems, they theoretically could be drawing water from watersheds, which they would need water rights for. That includes, they need to get that right, and those include reporting requirements and other things. They may be going for groundwater. They may be drilling wells. Depending on where they're located, they may fall under the jurisdiction, the sort of mixed complicated jurisdiction of state and local rules around groundwater use. For example, the state board has some roles under the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act in particular areas. And then finally, data centers that are discharging waste directly to surface waters do need NPDES permits. But I believe these are all still quite rare. As Heather mentioned, we're seeing increasing interest of data centers in rural areas, but my understanding is largely these have been more in urban areas so far. Over to Candace.
Okay. Next. So I'm going to talk about policy trends surrounding data centers. Next slide, please. So this topic is rapidly emerging, and I wanted to take a minute to kind of talk about why. So I don't know for sure, but I can make an educated guess. And I think it's because policymakers are increasingly trying to balance a number of things, right? They're trying to support the growth of a new industry or these hyperscale data centers. They're trying to protect their ratepayers. So, we don't want to see increased growth incentivized on the backs of ratepayers, right? Or subsidized on the backs of ratepayers. And then, they also want to protect their local interests, right? Grid capacity, water use, strain on the environment. And then we're trying to still understand the data, right? As Heather mentioned. And so trying to grapple with all of these things as this rapid growth is happening, I think is why we're seeing this as such a hot topic in the policy space. Next slide, please. So as he mentioned, the assembly, you're going to have to, you can just click through these. There's like some fancy transition things that we don't really need to deal with. So there was an assembly informational hearing. Eric, I tried really hard to get to screen grab where you didn't look terrible. Just kidding. No, you just always capture the weird faces, right? So Assembly Water Parks and Wildlife held an informational hearing, and the focus was on CII, but really what they were trying to grapple at was data centers. Assembly Water Parks and Wildlife is chaired by Assemblymember Diane Pappen, and you'll see she has quite a few bills in this space that I'll touch on a little bit later. But the key question during this panel was, how do we categorize data centers? Trying to understand the scale of the issue. Heather was there as well. I didn't screen grab your face, I'm sorry. And then trying to identify the data gaps and what the CII reporting requirements are and like the role of the urban industrial uses. Next slide. And you can click through these two. So state legislation on this issue. Last session, we saw AB 93 from Diane Pappen, and this bill would have required reporting of projected and annual water use, specifically focused on transparency to try and gain an understanding of water demand from these data centers. This bill was vetoed by the governor. The governor's veto message was just another example of policymakers really trying to grapple with balancing, the growth of an industry with understanding all the different pieces of it. He said that he didn't want to place an undue reporting burden on an emerging industry and potentially stymie the growth. So this session, we're seeing more bills introduced. AB 1577 from Assemblymember Bauer-Cahan. This bill passed out of approps yesterday with amendments specifically to remove the water data reporting requirements. Again, since it was just yesterday, we haven't seen what the amendments are, but I believe that this bill now would require monthly data reporting to the CEC on energy use, the energy consumption, energy projections, and things like that. Next slide. And I think if I was to put my hat on to try and read tea leaves, I think that the reason that the water reporting requirements may have been taken out of the last bill is because AB 1619 Pappen includes water reporting requirements in it. So this would establish a framework for data center water use and reporting. The operators would need to provide projected water data demands and estimates and anticipate their water uses, as well as identify their water sources, and would require the annual reporting And then urban water suppliers would also have to incorporate any projected data center demand into their management planning. And this one passed out of approps yesterday with no amendments. And AB 2416, also Assemblymember Pappen, who you'll recall is the chair of the Water Parks and Wildlife Committee, who held the informational hearing, would prohibit local governments from permitting large CII water users unless they submit a detailed report of their water scarcity plan, a water supply assessment, and their water use assessment. And then it directs the state board and DWR to create a distinct water use classification for large consumptive uses, which, as you know, James mentioned, doesn't exist right now. There's also administrative attention still on this issue, and I thought I'd just kind of mention it. In March, the governor he released an executive order that's not water related, but it directs GovOps to develop a plan for state contracting and things like that to try and bolster the industry. Next slide, please. There's also federal legislation on this issue. So Senator Josh Hawley, who's a Republican from Missouri, introduced the GRID Act, which primarily focused on ratepayer protections, and again, not trying to subsidize the rapid growth on the backs of the ratepayers. So this bill was introduced in committee. It hasn't made it much further, as is common in federal legislation. But then Senator Durbin, who's a Democrat from Illinois, introduced the Data Center Water and Energy Transparency Act, which includes several key concepts from the GRID Act. So this is pretty standard practice in federal legislation. Ideas will get introduced and then they kind of pick and choose which pieces go into which bills and move forward. But there's definitely some federal interest. Next slide. And then I also wanted to touch on some trends in other states. So water use transparency the water use transparency is not just an topic in California, but also Oregon, New Mexico, Iowa, and Michigan, who are looking at increased transparency, water conservation and reuse. South Carolina and Kansas are looking at closed loop cooling systems, while Virginia, who has so many, is actually incentivizing wastewater use for cooling and power. And then ratepayer and infrastructure protections are really being examined in Colorado and Nevada, where they've proposed like cost shifting protections and tariffs in the energy sense, not the international trade sense. And then economic development incentives have been really popular in Arizona, Colorado, Utah, and Oregon, who are all trying to incentivize greener data center development, particularly related to energy and water use. Next slide, please. And then just the key takeaway, I think that there's this like push and pull, this balance that everyone's trying to really grapple with right now. And I'll leave it at that.
Great, thank you. There is plenty of time for questions. I'll see if there's any, and if there isn't, then I have one queued up, but looks like there's plenty. Please go ahead.
Hey, good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for that presentation. It was quite exhilarating to hear people talking about it. I work in the industry. Oh, I'm sorry, Donald Young. I'm the board chair for Region 2. Took me a second. And I would pause for 5 seconds to get a great picture like that guy, but it's okay. So, hey, Heather, I noticed in your report, I didn't see anything about the recycled water. Are you guys tracking that? Because a lot of data centers are utilizing that to try to offset their demand on the primary water sources. Is that something that I dismissed, or is that something that's coming in the future?
So it didn't dismiss it. I mean, I think independent of the source of the water is the demand. And so I think you need to actually look at total water use, and then you can talk about, okay, where's it sourcing from? There isn't, though, a lot of great data or information on how common recycled water usage is. And so that's something I think we are starting to try to track. But but it is a data gap. I know there've been a couple of other researchers that have been looking into that as well. I will say too, though, I think demand for recycled water itself is growing. And so it is a new demand. And so we need to kind of think about that in context of other potential uses for that water.
And it's still water.
And it's still water. And so for everyone up there, just to give you a little bit of encouragement, again, I work in the industry, unfortunately. One of the great things engineers like to do is calculate everything down to the penny, but the actual is not always true. For instance, I have a recent data center that just came online that had a 2.2 MGD demand, and we're running it and we're like at closer to 1.6 or 1.7. So I think there's also some flexibility, if you will, in the way you see the water usage. I don't know how we really would convey that to the public, but the point is that it's always kind of maybe a moving target. As you said, the design days may really use all of it.
Yep.
And if you don't have a lot of design days, if you have, somewhere between 4 to 5 within a cooling season, it's not really necessarily accurate.
Yes.
And last, James, I'll just leave you with this. You guys weren't necessarily tracking the processed water, but since we run things with cycles of concentration increasing, we're using a water source to dilute it. So guess what? We're adding more. I just gave you guys the water back and I just took it right back from you. So I do appreciate this. So the perspective is great and it gives us things to think about. And hopefully if we have input we can give you to support you in the future, that'd be great. Thanks.
Yeah, we should really tap your expertise, Don.
Go ahead. So I'm not sure if my question is for the panel or for you, sir. What is the water quality component? Because not all water is created equal. Is high salinity a good thing because of colligative properties, or is that a bad thing? Is there on-site reverse osmosis treatment, which of course means that every gallon is actually 4? How does water chemistry play into the usage?
Okay. Well, I was going to wait for James. Maybe it's better just to give an example because every single situation is a little bit different. I'll use a rural example, for example. The data center is being built. There's not enough water for it. It's based on the groundwater supply, so they're going to bring a new source on from the river. Now, they're going to use a evaporative cooling technology rather than a conventional. Thus, the water quality must be much cleaner, reduce salinity. The silica's got to be low. They really don't want a lot of water treatment to the water. They want it to come in as pure as possible so they can run it through and hopefully return it back into the waste stream as clean as possible with reduced salinity. So the simple answer is you're going to have to look at each location and each circumstance differently. But overall, you'll see the balance is that they want the water as basically as pure as possible.
So I would take it that would be an impediment to using a recycled water source, which is typically higher in salinity than a potable water supply, a municipal supply, I should say.
But you can work with the again, for instance, San Jose, South Bay Water Recycling, they produce it at a certain level. They tell you the limits, and you can design your chiller system or your cooling towers to operate within those parameters. So it's just the source that's received. So.
If I can add, I know that in Southern California, I think near San Pedro, but there are recycling water complexes that are serving industrial uses that are very pure. And so, I think there are ways of getting to that purity or that need, and a real discussion, a healthy discussion around how we co-locate, how we incentivize so that we do get that natural fit better where folks are taking off recycled water, perhaps. Just to gloss just really quick, we've seen industries develop before in this state before. And I think the importance about this discussion is we have an opportunity to not do what prior industries that have developed done, which is quickly develop with externalities, And then after the fact, we have to all come back and say, well, how do we fix this now? We have a big problem. And so the benefit is we are at the front still somewhat of this discussion. And there is an opportunity to have a positive vision for how we go forward, as opposed to one of, let's just do it all now and then we'll figure it out at the back end, which has never worked for us as a state, as we well know in this room. So.
And I think if I might just jump in really quick, Joaquin, I think a lot of that conversation, a lot of it has to happen on a local level, right? Because all of the impacts are very regional specific. I mean, we're talking about like the data center that they were trying to build in Imperial in the desert, where it was this huge data center with very little water. Whereas, versus the Bay Area where they have this amazing water recycling treatment plant. I've drank in that water before and toured that facility. It's actually amazing. So anyway, I want to make sure that we're putting in perspective that it's a state issue, but it's also really a hyper-local issue.
Yeah, I think that's a really critical point in that discussion. And I think there's mixed messages, right? At the one level, we're really pushing AI and data centers. And then at the local level, we're having to kind of deal and manage with the impacts. The other thing, what we have seen too, is water has not been a big driver around siting, right? It's really driven by land use, it's driven by land costs, energy costs, even regulations or incentives that are driving investment. And so water hasn't been a consideration as much, although a lot of the public pushback has been around water issues. So I think it's starting to kind of bubble and come to the fore, but water needs to be part of that siting. And to the point of, recycled water, yes, that's a siting question, right? You want to be closer to that recycled water facility so that you don't have to build as much infrastructure. It's more of an option. So I do think that it's an important conversation and discussion. We then start to get into the quality of the water and whether it's suitable for the data center, and if not, where those costs are incurred, who's incurring them, where that additional treatment might happen. But I think that is the important conversation. And I will, sorry, one more thing I'll say is, there are in some places starting to think about, okay, this is a huge investment that's coming into a local community. How do we think about this in a way that benefits local community interests and priorities? What are some additional community benefits we might be able to secure through this development? And I think that's an important piece that'll help enable something that's a bit more sustainable and less extractive from the community and more of a contributor.
So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Lots of questions. Go ahead, please.
Sure. I just wanted to follow up on Eric's questions about water quality, because after all, that's our primary purview. As far as water quality impacts, and certainly what comes out in the wastewater, I mean, besides TDS, are there any, and then any other aspects of these projects, are we seeing any new or unusual contaminants, emerging contaminants, or is it pretty conventional for this kind of, most industrial processes?
The short answer is I don't know, but I do have, there's a couple studies I'm aware of, so I'll share them and then maybe they can get shared out. I think the conversation has been pretty limited up until now. A lot of it's been based on the water withdrawals and consumption. So I think it's an emerging issue.
Yeah, because are we seeing, new demands being placed on wastewater treatment plants and things that we have to address?
I think that was some of the questions we've been going around and meeting a bunch of the regions, and Region 9 in particular raised that exact question. One of the things that we are trying to work on, and Charlotte's taking lead on this, is trying to compile just a document library. And when we get that a little bit farther along, put some governance structure to it, we do want to share that around with everybody and start putting reports, studies where that question is specifically asked and researched, available for staff to take a look at.
So I'm Bill Kissinger from Region 2, and I'm learning new things about our chair. So I'm on the energy side, and I represent a couple data center developers. There may actually be a source of data that you're not taking advantage of, which is the Energy Commission, because the data centers are treated like power plants for purposes of licensing in the state, because they all have to have backup generation. And essentially between 50 megawatts, which is the start of the jurisdiction of the CEC, and 100 megawatts, you can get what's called a small power plant exemption, where the CEC doesn't use its jurisdiction under the state law and gives it back to the local community, but they still have to make a determination that there's no environmental impacts. And so they do a CEQA equivalent analysis. And above 100 megawatts is the full-blown permitting process for a regular power plant. And that's a very detailed, very in-depth analysis. And that's why most of the data centers in California are 100 megawatts or less in terms of energy consumption. So the 1,000 megawatt data centers that you see being developed in Arizona or Washington State or Virginia aren't happening in California. They may, and there's talk about it, but by and large, the data centers are going to stay small and very much located primarily in Santa Clara, where they have their own small utility. It has lower energy prices. I don't know about Imperial Valley, but if it's going to be a giant data center, it's going to have to do the full-blown analysis, which will include detailed water consumption and treatment. So what I would say is, it's fine. There's this legislation coming down the pike, but I think, there's a sister agency which is there. And if it's not collecting the data, and I think it is, but to the extent it's not getting it in the granularity, you can readily just pick up the phone and they should be able to do that. So.
I absolutely hearken some of the debates around distributed generation in, the early 2000s with the Energy Commission taking a look at those rules and how they were setting thresholds and what incentives they were incorporating into that. So that's a fascinating piece, and I know we'll take a look at it too. I think just a couple points. One, and it's kind of by means of doing a case study. We had an interesting data center that we've been working on for a little while here in the city of Stockton. You're familiar with the Nautilus facility that they have up and running. So this is a project that they had, really, really heavy hitters. I mean, kind of a laundry list of who's who, former US EPA officials, former Biden officials, Trump officials all got together to kind of advocate for this project in city of Stockton. And it was for a relatively small project on its own, a data barge, about 6.5, I think, megawatts, that was drawing water from basically San Joaquin, right? And using it to cool, kind of a once-through cooling deal for the data system, fell below certain thresholds, and they kind of sculpted it that way. I do think there's a couple things that we had to be really careful about. One, regional board took a very long look and hard look at that one facility and said, this in and of itself, this probably isn't going to be a problem. But you are, in terms of like what the water quality contaminants are, thermal impacts are huge, right? You're using this water, you're putting it back into the system warmer than when you pulled it out. That is a HAB driver. You put enough of these systems together, and we're talking about, increased global temperatures, increased HABs as temperature drivers. This could be a really big deal. So, we had to go to Nautilus and say, this is fine for this one. We will monitor the hell out of this thing. But I'm not sure if you want to actually go to scale with this thing. You put 50 of these things, 100 of these things, 200 of these things in the San Joaquin, you could be driving harmful algal blooms, and we will shut this whole thing down. State of California, we've got the authority to do it. Thermal impacts are also relatively important for groundwater too. We're sitting right along the American River out here. American River is a thermal impacted river, 303D listed. Some of it is at times it is a gaining stream. You can have thermal impacts to shallow groundwater making its way into the river system. It is sensitive salmonid habitat. We don't think about it that way, but there is some salmon that manage to live in this water body right out here. And so those can discharges to groundwater. If they have a thermal signature, that groundwater will remember for years that increased thermal signature. And if that leaks out into the river and ultimately has a thermal impact there, that introduces a whole host of issues that you want to be wary of, because that will affect, river operations, dam operations, spill releases, stuff like that. Huge kind of litany of issues that come with that. So, But I will say one of the interesting things about that data center in Stockton is we had to be the voice, the Central Valley Water Board had to be the voice that said, wait a second, we might want to slow down some of this project. Because Stockton, as we know, an extremely disadvantaged community, they were so sold on the economic value and the jobs and the future outcome that they were saying, let her rip, let's have 500 of these things, let's do it tomorrow. And sometimes I want to emphasize kind of for all the regional boards here, sometimes we do have to play the role of talking very sensitively to these local communities and saying, we really have to understand the drawbacks of building this thing to scale. Interestingly enough, I think Nautilus actually pivoted. The thing went up for sale last year. It's still generating capacity. I think it's kind of fully sold out or almost fully sold out. But I think they abandoned plans to build a fleet of these things, largely due to the fact that putting a bunch of thermal signatures right in one of the most thermal impacted water bodies in the Western United States maybe wasn't a great idea, a great business model, but it's still something to keep in mind. The other point, and I think this is kind of something, again, as we talk to communities, it harkens some of the issues that we have when we interface with tribes, where very often the issue that you bring up, the issue that you kind of interface with, and we found this with data center conversations very often, is that yes, there's an environmental impact, but just like how the tribes very often want to talk about a dozen other issues other than the one that you brought up, and maybe those are even more important. Listen with an open ear, not a regulator ear. Listen to the broad spectrum of issues that a community wants to bring up. Because what we're hearing with some of these data center conversations, many times it's not necessarily focused on the environmental impacts of data centers. It very quickly goes into jobs. It very quickly goes into the invasion of big tech into their lives. It's a much slippery issue to have a debate with as a regulator, but I do want to encourage everybody when you're having those conversations to listen with that open ear and to be open to kind of discussing the bigger picture. Like I know you're here talking about the water issues, but when they bring up that, hey, I'm worried that my kid can't find a job, it's because of this thing, and I think just be prepared to hear that. And some of the energy and some of the opposition that may spill over into your boards may be tied with those greater anxieties about AI and the future of tech and jobs and economic, depression and things like that within this country. So again, you'll find when you engage one-on-one with folks, these conversations quickly spiral out, and you got to give it the space to breathe and to have that conversation, particularly when it comes to these data center issues.
Cool. All right. And then we have Jackie has a couple of quick questions, and that'll take us right to time.
Okay, thank you. So my questions have to do with the hunger for data about data centers. So first off, Heather, I noticed that when we looked into this issue in the comms office a little bit, I noticed that the number of data centers in California, there's different numbers, there's different data out there. And is there, because I saw in your slide, you said there's 233. We seem to find some sources that said there were 300, then there's another one that says it's 350. So is there an actual defined number, or is it really, we don't know how many there are?
We don't know. You're right.
Okay. Yeah.
I've seen the range from 200 to 400. That was specifically data from the Department of Energy, which has since been taken down.
Okay.
So it is a moving number. And part of it is, there are these kind of smaller data centers that, again, the internal ones in particular are not tracked. But we're, yeah, so it's sort of an estimate. I understand there may be some numbers, but I think you could think of order of magnitude.
Got it.
I think we have a better sense of where the construction and planning, but it's the existing number where I think is the most uncertainty.
So that leads to my second question about the PAPN bill, Candace. I noticed when you're in your description or the
Which
description.
one?
Oh, the 2619 about the water use, data piece of things. So are they reporting to the state, or are they reporting locally? Because when I read the description, it sounded like they're just reporting locally.
So So I think you're right. I think it's supposed to be to their local water agency. Then we would be able to aggregate the data if we needed to.
I
But
see.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So I think I mean, really, we're trying to do incremental change here, I think, is if I put my, former Pap and Staffer hat on. I would think that it's probably looking at what can we get here that would create a positive change and address the problem that we're seeing, which is this lack of data, right?
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I would just say, because we've gotten a lot of media on this. And just my perspective is that while I totally recognize it's a local issue, as you were saying, and that's a very good point, there is a real hunger or an expectation that the state should know, statewide, have this information. And then we don't, it kind of looks like we're not in tune with what's really going on. So that's just my perspective.
And I think back to the point made about the CEC earlier, the Bauer-Cahan bill did require the reporting of water data specifically to the CEC, along with a lot of the other energy use data. And so, I think that could have served a couple of different purposes. But again, it's just it's a step.
So there were a couple of questions, but I turn it over to Joaquin. Do you want to keep going a little bit, or?
We can maybe do one quick we can go 5 more minutes. We'll eat into our break then to do so. How's that?
Okay, perfect. I saw Eileen, but I also Norma. Okay, please.
Yeah, one thing what I hear you say is that you're trying to do it like step by step in terms of trying to get the data, et cetera, and you're hitting the urban water management plans first in order to try to secure that data. But it seems like, going to what Patrick said, it's a bigger issue than just water. It is also power, it's energy, it's jobs. And it just seems like something that should be required in the analysis of a general plan for a community in terms of requiring a community to insert the special category of data centers and see how it impacts the general plan with respect to all the other industries that are occurring all around that. And then having, in that general plan process, having the input from the regulatory agencies, from the energy folks, from the labor unions, et cetera, in that process to do a more thorough analysis of community impacts. So that's my comment.
Sure. So these are bills that are moving through the legislature. So I don't really have any input necessarily on them. But I agree, and you're welcome. One of the things that anybody is welcome to do is potentially call, and talk about, we can have conversations, call me and we can talk about what, you're interested in seeing and seeing if it's a potential path forward.
I think there were 2, Eileen, and then
We'll wrap up with Al.
Oh, I was just going to say, if we really wanted the data, I mean, every water agency, for every data center they have the data. So you could get it from the water agencies. And I'm sure a lot of you saw, it was about a year ago, the New York Times had an incredible article on data centers and talked about countries like Ireland have stopped allowing them in their country because it was really impacting water supply. I think it was the excitement of it at first was good, but suddenly realized. So in many countries weren't being strategic at first. But anyway, you can get the data. There's public records requests. All water agencies have the data for all their customers. So that is one way if you really wanted to get the data.
So they do and they don't. And some of the industrial usages, they should have dedicated use meters, but it's not quite so clear cut in every case. And they don't actually have kind of that site specific facility water use information at the resolution that we would think that they would. Some definitely do, not everybody. And it's a little bit more variable. Any other questions?
I think Al was the last question. Al, did you have one?
Yes, I just want to mention that I was reading about a data center in Texas that was being proposed in a disadvantaged community area. And there was the argument about water use and the economic benefit. So, ultimately, the the data center was approved, it was somewhere around Texas that I drive by when I'm out down there. But yeah, they determined that the economic benefit, was overriding that they could deal with the water issue. And people, they want, they wanted opportunities. But anyway, that was just their argument. Thank you.
Give a round of applause for Eric and the panel here. Really appreciate everyone coming together on this. It's good to be able to touch and reflect on an emerging issue. Before we go to break, I did just want to take a moment to give a lot of thanks to Meredith Thompson. We would not be able to have this two-day event without Meredith and her great work. And so I just really wanted to take a moment to reflect and be thankful to you across all this. So thank you, Meredith. All right, let's go ahead and give ourselves a quick break. We will come back at 11:30. And it's a good segue. Here we were talking about these externalities around data, its use, data centers. We'll now talk about our own data systems. We'll have Ben Rogers, the IT director, here with us. Really fortunate Ben's with us, and we'll talk about our actual systems here. So we'll come back here at 11:30, and thanks everyone for a great morning so far.
We'll just push this.
All right, everyone. We are now at 11:30. So if you don't mind winding down conversations and taking a seat, we can begin to get to our next speaker here.
Need a gong.
Yeah, gong and or I can go like get really close to the speakers, like leer at them. No, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. The best part of WQCC is in fact the conversations we get to have here. So no apologies in the least. All right. Well, we will now transition to our next item here, which is a discussion, a grilling, no, a discussion with Ben Rogers. Ben is our newest addition, one of our newest addition at the executive team at this point, I think. But Ben comes to us from CAL FIRE. He's the head of our IT department. And again, as I said, nice segue actually from a discussion of the externalities of some of the data centers to how we are going to be looking at using AI and importantly, improving our data systems here. We're very fortunate for Ben's leadership, and I'll kick it over to Karen for a little more of an introduction.
Yeah, thanks, Joaquin. We were just talking before the item, and we think, correct me if I'm wrong, for those of you who have been at WQCC for many years, we think this is the first time you've gotten a broad overview of our Division of Information Technology. And that's really unfortunate, but I'm glad to be sort of teeing it up today, and we'll make it a regular occurrence. So I'll just start out with IT. As we've talked over, yesterday there was some discussion around the website. Every one of our discussions, content-wise, relate to data needs and data systems and how do we do our job better, more efficiently with the information that we need at our fingertips. And so for us, as an organization, and any organization now, IT is the foundation. It's everywhere from the phone you use to communicate, to your laptops and making sure they're working and secure, to the data systems that we use to do our work, to big data system overhauls like the Cal Waters system. So it's everywhere. And the bottom line is if it's not working, we hear about it. But these guys are the unsung heroes of the organization in a lot of ways, and have gotten us through, going remote during the pandemic, and making sure that we are able to have hybrid meetings like we're having right here today, and broadcasting our meetings and making sure that everyone can participate. It's everywhere. And so just really pleased to have the opportunity for Ben. As Joaquin mentioned, Ben's our newest addition to our executive team and has taken over as the agency Chief Information Officer, our CIO. I'll just note, he's going to talk a little bit about the organization, but we as an organization are losing a lot of people to retirement, and DIT is pretty much being completely overhauled at the management level. Only a few of our managers remain. So job number one that Ben has had is hiring many of his managers. So just know that, and just really excited to have Ben on board. Came from CAL FIRE, did a lot of great work at CAL FIRE to really upgrade their information out to the public on fires. And so he's here to help us do the same. So please join me in welcoming Ben Rogers, and I will sit here in case you have any zingers that he needs help with.
Great. Thank you very much for that warm introduction, Karen. It's great to be here. I think going from fire to water is an upgrade in elements, I'm imagining. My friends told me, so I've been upgraded. And also, I do apologize ahead of time. I struggled to pronounce the word water, so I don't know why I joined a department where I couldn't pronounce a key word, but I'll do my best. Before Cal Fire, I was in the private sector, always in information technology. Although my background, actually, I have a philosophy bachelor's, which is an interesting perspective when they all told me that IT and philosophy would never work, but now we're talking about AI and ethics, and I'm like, finally, I get to shine because I'm using IT and philosophy. So once again, pleasure to be here. The title of the session is A Look Ahead, and obviously I'm very fresh, few months in, so that's actually a good thing because I don't have all the historical context, which I'm learning. But mostly this session is going to be focused on where are we going in the future. The board has made it clear that a key priority is the enterprise IT strategy, a new strategy. Where are we going? We just had a great discussion on data centers and water use, and I will cover a few elements of that later on today. But yes, we're focused on the future, and I'm really excited later on to get some audience participation. There'll be a really interesting section. There's a separate QR code to join where we'll have some interactive discussion and talk about some big questions and big picture things, feedback that I really need to help me do my job and how we can better serve the organization and the state. There is a slight lag between me clicking and the slides. So keep it simple today. I'll give you as we mentioned, DIT has not been here before. I'm very privileged to be here and speak for those unsung heroes. So I'll give you a brief overview of what it is that we do, how we're composed, what people are working on day to day. And then the bulk of this presentation is going to be focused on some initial thoughts, initial vision of where we might go with the enterprise IT strategy. It will be an involved process with feedback and input from many stakeholders about where we go with the strategy. But at least in these early days, I have some ideas and some vision for where I think we're going to be best positioned to take that strategy. And then, as I mentioned, there'll be an interactive discovery session. I never let a captive audience go to waste, so I really want to hear your feedback, and that will be one of the beginning, the starting points for this enterprise IT strategy. So please do participate in that later on. And I do hope there'll be time for questions. Karen says she's going to kick me under the table if you can't reach right now, but I will try my very best to leave some time for some questions. All right, so DIT, we have 119 positions. As Karen mentioned, we have had much of the state is facing a wave of retirements. So interesting time to start. But we have 119 positions, and all of them right now are filled. But we are doing our very best. That is always priority number one. Have the people in place to do the work that you need them to do. We currently manage upwards of 83 systems, so 83 data systems, applications. That's quite a lot. I had the team pull some rough numbers about looking at all our databases, all of our OneDrives and SharePoints and everything, and we have almost 110 terabytes of data. And I think that number is a gross underestimate, really, of what we have. So we have that is a lot of data, 110 terabytes. We have 124 projects that DIT is managing, and most of those are applications. So there's a strong correlation, but there are also other projects that we are undergoing that don't result in an application. So policy updates and reports, investigations, and so on and so forth. So if you look at the number of staff compared to the number of applications and projects, that's quite a lot of work. And I also included this too, the security team, the inbox. I don't know if any of you have reported a phishing scam or, one of that, press that button or being dinged by some of the training. But the security team is a small and mighty team that has almost 4,500 emails per month to deal with, anywhere from phishing reports, alerts from monitoring systems, and so on and so forth. So they are a busy team. So as Karen said, that's the team you don't really want to hear from, but they're doing a lot of work to keep us all safe and compliant. And then within DIT, we have several branches, discrete functions that we do. The infrastructure and client services support branch. These are the ones that, the network, the infrastructure, keeping everything running and connected, making sure that you can log in and everything's, configured. Your Wi-Fi works, all of that. Those, again, very unsung heroes. And as part of that as well, we have the help desk and the remote teams that support the regions as well. and our business operations support branch, they own the data. They have the data management unit, which owns all of the databases. They are also the team that's going to be helping to drive the creation of this enterprise data warehouse that I'll talk about a little later on. Has our GIS team, so mapping teams. GIS is Geographic Information System, so all the maps and geographic data that is used in many of our applications. And they also have the core application development team as well. So this 83 applications is really being run out of that branch. And then we have Special Projects Branch, which is a interesting name because I think all of our projects are special, but this is maybe the even more special projects potentially that deal with the very big projects that are reportable to our control agency, California Department of Technology. So they deal with the big projects, but they're also the team. They know this already. This is not new to them, but they're also the team that's going to be looking at a lot of the new stuff and the new innovations and the AI. So that shouldn't be a surprise to them. And then we have the business management branch that does all the things like contracting, procurement, project management, financials of all these IT projects. They also have the web team as well. And then information security office and privacy, obviously very critical offices within the division. So we are a busy bunch. And I won't go through everything here, just kind of a brief overview of, I've already mentioned many of these things, but this is the core workload that we do day to day in DIT. So again, many of this you hopefully won't ever have to hear about, but if you are procuring it, you need to have a new IT system. There's a contract. There's that team gets engaged. Obviously, your help desk is always there to support you. The remote teams that you have, sometimes everyone's sort of thinking we can just go and build things, but we have obviously a core workload that we have to do to keep everything running and smooth. And just a quick highlight of a few of the big projects. Like I said, we have so many projects here, but these are just some key highlights. Obviously, the Cal Waters projects, fantastic, huge project, huge achievement by everybody across the organization, not just IT. It was a great partnership. And also, this was the beginning of what I'll talk about later in the beginning of an enterprise platform, the beginning of a single centralized place where we can utilize and get efficiencies from having one platform. So this is really what I call a catalyst project. It's like the first project. It's a trailblazer that really kind of forces us to change and do things differently. And Cal Waters really was a fantastic, achievement by everybody. And then we have WaterTap for the Division of Drinking Water that we are currently in active procurement with CDT. And then CalRAP as well for water quality and the Environmental Regulatory Data Security Initiative, which is going to replace our ELAP, our lab reporting projects. That's an access database, so that really does need to be replaced. So that is also in planning. So all of these big reportable projects, the way it works with IT is if your project is big enough, I believe it's around 500 hours, or you need a budget change, that then triggers oversight from California Department of Technology, CDT. And so not all of our projects hit that threshold, so we can kind of control our destinies that way internally and do it in-house. But if that threshold is met, then we have a lot of oversight, there are a lot more involved steps. Everything is very, very closely governed and controlled in partnership with CDT. So that's just something to bear in mind when we're planning for technology updates and upgrades, what is going to hit that threshold. And that, like I said, that does invoke a lot more work for all involved. I mean, rightly so, but it's just something to bear in mind. If there's a big project, it hits that threshold. Well, that was a very brief overview of where we're at. Just kind of my goal for that section was really maybe expose you to parts of IT that most of it was probably familiar, but there are some things maybe that you didn't realize, and things that we do, the people that we have. Like I said, it is a small but mighty team that we are doing our very best to recruit and fill all those vacancies. All right. So an enterprise IT strategy. when I think about it, really it's grounded in business drivers. So IT is a finite resource, right? We have those positions, we have a finite resource of which to go around. And my philosophy, no pun intended, my philosophy is that we're a service provider. IT only exists because the programs exist, right? That we're not just doing IT projects because we want to pat ourselves on the back. And this is the message, the cultural shift I'm trying to instill is yes, we only exist to serve program, right? So really programs should be driving IT. Yes, there are priorities that I'll talk about that I think internally we could do driven by IT to set us up to then better serve program. But ultimately what I'm looking for in partnership with the rest of the organization is what are the genuine priorities? And we have some great inputs from the board. We have the board priorities. We have obviously the immediate priorities. I mentioned water tap, the ongoing priorities, the IT strategy, the workforce strategy, the website, and really all of the priorities that don't touch DIT specifically. So, I mean, the enterprise IT strategy, that's kind of on us. But the other ones, really, IT and data kind of is pervasive across all of them, right? Decision making is grounded in good data, even simple things like collaborating on meetings to try and achieve those board priorities that don't mention DIT still are going to depend on technology. But my goal with this slide was really showing you all the different priorities that we have out there. And the enterprise IT strategy, one of the key activities is going to be how do we sort of consolidate all of that and help me make sure my resources are focused in the right direction. And then this is a bit more history, and I thought I'd put this together to kind of frame a bit more about how I think there's a better way of working that we can all move towards, at least from IT, and how you interact with IT, how you get services from IT, and how we deliver business value. So traditionally, this is very simplified. I mean, the IT people in the room or online are probably thinking this is way more steps than that, but I'm just sort of keeping it simple that we have a need at the top. So there's a program need for an application, data, or a system. That's at the top. And then normally what happens is there'll be a contract, maybe a vendor that will engage to do that. And then we'll start building it. There'll be an application, there'll be a database, there'll be infrastructure that we need. And then we need to align staff to support that project. And then eventually they're going to need to maintain that project. So that's in a very, very small nutshell, how we've been approaching things, right? Project by project. And if you scale that out, it kind of looks a bit like this, right? So we have a need, okay, we'll do a project. We have another need, let's do a project. We have another need, let's do a project. And that's great. I mean, we are meeting those needs. We are delivering projects. We've been working, obviously we've seen some great success, but there are a few issues that I'm exploring with this approach, that when we do a project, the requirements are all in isolation. So we're just looking at requirements mostly for that project. I am a division, I have this specific need, or I'm a team within a division and I have this specific need. So here's all of my requirements. Here is my clearly defined project. But that means that the impact and the requirements are really in isolation. And then each project is tied to a contract or a vendor, right? Which then means that okay, that might be appropriate, but otherwise, if there's overlap maybe between certain projects, that is going to duplicate effort and maybe provide fewer opportunities to kind of scale this and get a better deal. And then ultimately, we do a project and we deliver it, but then we have a siloed system, right? And this is one of the key things, right? And the sort of the rich tapestry that we have of those 83 applications. We do have they're all in silos, most of them. We are working on breaking those silos down, but traditionally that's the way it's been done. And now we have all these separate systems with maybe overlapping data that could help another system, systems that don't talk to each other. So that's kind of where we are right now. And then also, you keep adding projects. Obviously, when the project gets finished, the work is not finished because the IT staff still need to maintain that. So a little bit of their capacity is eaten up by maintaining that project. And if you keep doing that over time, you get to something like this. And this is a overwhelming graph. There's no scale. All the scientists and engineers in the room, I apologize for the chart. This is just representative. I'm a philosopher. please. But really, this is kind of how it works, is that, you know, with the state, that we can't just immediately hire staff, right? Like we have a new project, it takes years sometimes to get staff. So, you know, we keep doing projects and we get a bit more capacity, and then we do more projects, and then that capacity gets exceeded. So that's just that red line up here. We keep adding projects, capacity keeps getting filled up. And then eventually you have this gap where we have all these needs, but the staff are still maintaining all the other stuff. So we have this gap, and we have to keep adding staff through BCPs, budget change proposals, and that obviously takes time. So really, this is one of the things I've observed in my few months here is like, oh, okay, well, some of this is not sustainable. And as a new CIO, I want people to have capacity to do the new and cool stuff, right? To do the emerging technologies, to innovate, to drive new things. But that's kind of tricky when they're all tied up with, obviously, I'm talking mostly about the development team. I'm not talking about the help desk. They're you know, and that's a bit separate. This is more about capacity to do new applications, new technology. So yeah, this is kind of what I'm looking at right now. And I'm thinking, okay, there is a different way of working that I think is going to serve as part of the new strategy. And like I said, Cal Waters was the opening salvo, I think, and the catalyst project to do much of this. But really, we now move away from project by project in isolation, and we look more as an enterprise platform, a platform that goes across everything. So instead of building separate systems, separate projects, separate technology, right, time and time again, we are meeting the needs, but you see what happened with that chart. It doesn't become sustainable. So there is a better way, and that way is to create a single platform. So a platform for our data, a platform for our case management, a platform for our mapping and GIS, a platform for our business rules, our forms, our approvals. So create a single place and then have people build in that platform. Right, so you build in the platform. You don't need to go out and get separate technologies, separate contracts. You can build within that enterprise platform. And eventually, every new project that you do won't be in a silo because it's going to be in the enterprise platform, and it will talk to the other systems, and all of that has been taken care of by this new approach. So really what we also look at is I want to involve program more closely with IT. I don't see it as a business and IT. What we're seeing right now with the trends with AI, it's really starting to enable how much more productive people can be with technology. The barrier used to be a computer science degree to code and to build a website, right? The barrier used to be to build an application. You have to do many years of coding and technology learning. Now what we're seeing is the real shift. Like, people can do a lot more with technology with the advance of AI. Not just AI, but there are other platforms and systems that can also enable more productivity from business and program staff. My goal is for everyone, as much as possible, to solve their own problems, to have the tools to be able to build an app, or to solve a need, or to move away from a certain thing. With a bit of guidance from IT, you shouldn't have to get in the queue, or the line, sorry, you shouldn't have to get in line, or the queue of projects, right? How can because when we do this prioritization, there's going to be so many needs. I bet all of you right now in this room have a lot of IT needs that you need to do. And we could, create a project, but then I could end up with a list of thousands of things, right? So what is a better way of working? And it's going to be also to enable you and your staff to try and chip away at those, right, with IT guidance. Okay, how am I doing on time? I haven't been kicked yet. I think I'm okay. The other thing I'm looking at too, and traditionally we have a big project. You have, again, you go back to let's get all of our requirements. Let's document 1,000 things that we want, and then let's go away and build it. And that takes time. We could be talking years to go away and build this thing. And then at the end, you get the value at the end, right? So this is that big bang at the end of this chart. We've started to do this, and I've definitely seen projects that are adopting this approach, but it's something that I also really love and want to see more prevalent is that ways of doing more agile working. And agile is really a methodology for delivering projects. It just means that you can maybe chunk it up into different modules and do parts of those systems, parts of those projects a bit earlier and actually get value sooner rather than waiting all the way at the end. So you're stuck with these old systems until 2 years where you get everything at once. Instead, maybe we could improve some reporting, get you some better data early on so you have some more business value without waiting for the whole brand new system to get those outputs, if that makes sense. So I'm looking at all of our projects. I'll be done in about, I don't know, a few more weeks, but I'm looking at all of our projects and looking at, are there ways that I can get value sooner? How can I get business value sooner from this project? So a few strategies. I'll kind of go into it again. Very early days for the enterprise IT strategy, but I am going through some sort of mantras that I'm starting to instill in my team, and I really hope this will form the basis when we work together, when we all come out and do these discussions and drill down on the strategy. This is what I think would be a really good foundation. And I talked about this earlier, but IT is a finite resource. How do we make that workload and prioritization across the whole organization, not go project by project or division by division? What do we as an entire organization want to spend this finite resource on? Where can we get the most impact for the most people with IT, right? So right now, I alluded to this earlier, this is a fancy slide because I used to be a consultant, so why not? This is more of a consultant slide, but this was me. I didn't do this. I mean, this wasn't AI, this was me. So we have all these priorities flying around. It's almost sad, right? You produce a cool slide and everyone thinks it's AI, but I told Karen, I was like, Karen, none of this with slide deck was AI. Anyway, so we have all these priorities flying into IT, right? We have board priorities, executive priorities, technical debt, which is a term for we've really got to fix our own house first. So it's IT stuff that has no real impact to the program side. The application stays the same, but we got to fix some stuff, right? Like you can still drive your car, but it's really running on some bad tires or whatever. Like that is what technical debt really means. And platform enablement. So going back a few slides, we need people to help build out that enterprise platform. And there are discrete projects that we need to do to actually fulfill that vision. So those are those kind of projects. And then we've got obviously ledge projects and the emerging technology stuff, right? That we have to kind of keep up. Everything's moving so quickly. And we need to be, as technologists, we need to be ahead of it to make sure that we're getting the best deal for our taxpayers, right? They deserve informed, educated technologists that are up to speed with all the latest technology. So that in itself is an aspect, a priority that will consume IT resources. But then the end goal of IT is not to just pat ourselves on the back and say, what a pretty app we built. No, it's business results, right? It's output, it's outcomes for programs, for boards, and its benefits to Californians. So the way I look at it is, can we shift over the course of developing this strategy into a more enterprise-wide prioritization? And I'm not saying we go super granular on this, but for the big things, that have those big conversations that really say, what are we going to spend our IT time and resources on? What is the most important data? What are the most important projects that will potentially enable others? And these priorities are generic, but I did see that website is up there. So that was from yesterday. I know the website is a priority. I got it. I updated this slide last night. So I made sure I put that in there. And that's a board priority project. But some of these we might need to say, okay, well, actually, if we give IT a bit more time for these green ones, right? If you give me a bit more time to build out the enterprise data warehouse, right? This single platform, maybe then we increase the velocity of future projects, right? So it's almost like spending a bit of time to then speed everything else up down the line, right? And to save money, because this will save money because we're not buying duplicative software or the same tool like twice, essentially, right? Like, so this is something that I'm really trying to prioritize when we're looking at the enterprise IT strategies. What are those green ones? What are those enabling projects that can make others, increase our velocity and reduce costs down the line? And eventually, yeah, as part of all this, we've got to think about how do we prioritize IT projects? What are the criteria? How do we rank the importance? And that goes far beyond IT, right? I can't make that decision on my own. I can make decisions for what can get my own house in order, but what would really help me is just, again, in conversations, in workshops, in lots of stakeholder meetings and feedback, what really is that priority look like globally? Not the whole globe, I mean globally for the organization. I've got enough to do. The other sort of key theme, I guess, of my tenure here is I really want to democratize IT. And that sounds like a buzzword, but really what it means is getting program folks, people on the front lines that are working on regulating and permitting and all the important things that the organization does. How can I get them the tools they need to solve their own problems? And then how do we make this community, this culture of innovation that is, governed, but also governed, secure, but also there's a culture of encouragement and partnership with IT. It's not, I don't want people to have the mindset of, I can't do that because IT is too busy, or they're going to say no because I'm not a programmer. I want to step away from that and start to move towards a partnership approach where, again, folks are solving their own problems. We give them the tools and the architecture and the advice, but then they really are empowered to solve their own tools. So I'll ask you a question. When was the last time you asked IT to build you a spreadsheet? You put your hand up, Jackie? just scratching. I'll build you a spreadsheet any day. It's okay. My point with that question, though, is we build spreadsheets, right? Like you all, probably build spreadsheets all the time. Non-IT people, they use Excel. They build some really complex stuff and pivot tables and charts, and they do all that. They don't ask IT to build them a spreadsheet, right? They've solved a problem using a tool that IT has provided, but they've done it themselves, right? And how much time has that saved? How much innovation and everything else has been solved by folks just doing cool Excels, right? Same with SharePoint, PowerPoint, Forms, and the dreaded Microsoft Access database that is up there in red. There's these tools are empowering, right? And like I said, who asks IT to build an Excel spreadsheet? Now, if we take that principle and we grow it, this is if you open up your Waterboards account and you go to your My Apps, you'll see all of these different applications from your Office suite. But there are a few here that I've circled that really are, I think, the next evolution of Microsoft Office. So how do you go beyond just building an Excel spreadsheet? How do we actually get people building things like apps with minimal or no code? How do we get people building dashboards with minimal or no code, drag and drop, right? How do we get people to do just do simple automations that maybe, if there's certain attachments that come in through emails that are always the same format, how could we actually get them to be able to do some automation, maybe automatically forward it to somebody or a different inbox, or maybe to even read that attachment with AI and pull out the key points. All of these things could be done with very little technical expertise and code if they're set up properly and governed properly by IT. So this is one of the key enabling tools I'm going to be looking at, is how do we, again, democratize IT and help really smart engineers and all the staff that we have out here solve more of their own problems. So they're not thinking that IT is bottlenecked or they're never going to help because they're too busy. I want to get away from that mindset. And also, we have other really powerful enterprise tools that we can start to put to work for us. The Salesforce, the Snowflake, these are the ones that Cal Waters really was the catalyst for. Snowflake especially is where we're starting to build up this single source of truth for all of our data. Everything we do eventually will be clean and have high quality and be in a single source of truth. And then folks can then do self-service with that data. I want to build a dashboard with this data set. Well, here's how you do it. You go into Power BI, you connect to the enterprise data warehouse, and you can start solving your own problems. You want to do some statistical analysis? Okay, we have here are all the statistical tools you could use that are secure, approved by IT, and as powerful as what you would expect doing something privately, right? That is my goal. And I actually built one of these myself. So I actually built, I'm not going to open up the app. It's too risky to do a live demo, always is. But, because every time there's always something. But I actually just took all of our projects because, again, it's almost like you want your doctor to be healthy when you go and see a doctor. It's like, well, I've got to be healthy, right? I've got to actually practice what I preach. And within a couple of hours, I was able to build a case management system, a database of sorts in Power Apps that has all of our IT projects in a single place. It's linked to different objects around like the RDOs, like the regions, divisions, offices, who the stakeholders are. And ultimately, I loaded in all the strategic plan, all the board priorities, and we're going to be tagging all of our projects with those priorities to see what are we actually working on, and then where does that align with the current priorities. So this whole thing that I built, and I could spend hours demoing how great this is, but it only took me a couple of hours, and it wasn't really technical. So with a bit of training, a bit of enablement, staff in regions, staff in, across all of our divisions can be way more productive and move beyond Excel and into something a bit more powerful, like a structured kind of data format that can then be used to do all sorts of daily tasks. I won't go into too much detail about this, but obviously any good IT strategy has got to look at, where are our gaps, where do we lack capacity, where do we need expanding, what are our own internal processes. So I won't spend too much time on that, but that's essentially, that's another component that I need to get my own house in order as well. So that's what I'm going to be doing with this one. Now, I would not be a very good CIO right now if I didn't mention AI. And I know it's kind of late in the presentation, but I tried to hold off as long as I possibly could. But yes, we're going to talk a bit about AI. So one of the strategies is put our data to work, and in italics, responsibly harness the power of AI. So I will talk very briefly about our AI approach, and then we're going to have time for the interactive session soon. So the way I look at AI is you've got the general productivity side of the house, and we do provide tools right now to folks to help with general productivity. So summarizing emails, understanding documents. Actually, we have a very good, and I think it's underutilized, and we're going to be doing a mini campaign of sorts to get the Adobe tools actually more awareness of the Adobe tools, because right now staff have access to, if you have a regulatory document in a PDF, you can add it to an Adobe space, and it can actually create a podcast for you. It can actually from one document, it can create two or three people talking about that document in audio format that you can just listen to in your car or wherever about that document. And it's actually really good. But I don't think there's enough sort of knowledge about how powerful that is. And this tool is available now. So one of the things in our AI strategy is just making sure that people know what they have, right? And the power of the tools that they currently have with a bit of training and enablement. How do we squeeze the most out of the money we've spent on these tools, right? And then the next one is really beyond the general productivity. AI has the capacity to really say, what question are we trying to answer and what problem are we trying to solve? And really with AI, and we talked about the data centers and everything else earlier on. And I think this is super important that really AI is not always the right tool for the job. And I think I saw somewhere that a Google search uses, a ChatGPT inquiry uses about 10 times more compute than a Google search, right? So if you had a list in Excel of say you wanted to sort that list alphabetically, yes, you could ask Copilot, and Copilot would ingest all that data and run some compute intensive algorithms and then give you a sorted list. Or you could just click on the arrow and do sort that way, right? One is going to use 100 times less compute. It's a silly example, but it really is real. Like when we're looking at how we design systems, how we build systems, it's something I'm consciously aware of. I mean, we don't do AI, because we can. We do it because we should, right? And in different places. So that's something, again, that I think a good strategy for a environmental regulatory agency should also include. So real briefly, because I want to get to the interactive part, but when we're looking at this is what's key is when we're trying to answer a question, we have to say, well, what information do we need to be able to answer this, right? Is the data accessible and of a sufficient quality? What I mean by this is you could have the most powerful AI in the world pointing to your documents. If all your documents say the sky is red, guess what the AI is going to say? It's going to tell you the sky is red. So and that is all grounded on data, right? If our data is out there saying the sky is red, again, it doesn't matter how powerful your AI is, it's going to give you the wrong result. So a big effort behind AI is data governance, is quality, it's cleaning, it's making sure that, again, we have our own house in order and we understand our data. And the real problem is more complex than that, right? We might have some documents that say the sky is dark blue, some that say the sky is light blue. Maybe the color changes over time, right? It's not an easy problem to solve. But my point with that analogy is that it's all grounded in data and data governance. So that has to be a key priority. To harness the power of AI, we really have to do a lot of work on our data and our data quality. And again, when we're looking at, okay, we have a business problem because everything has to be grounded in what is the outcome we're trying to solve here. What is the data that we need to solve that outcome? But really, and then what is the right platform? And this, I added actually this earlier on when it just reminded me is AI even appropriate, right? Again, we don't do it because we could, we need to ask if we should do it. And many times there are far less computationally intensive technology ways to solve a problem than just jumping to generative AI. And then obviously we have to measure, did it actually solve the problem? Did we actually get the answer that we wanted? And we have to then iterate and refine it. But then really this piece at the bottom is making sure that can we generalize this? Can we repeat this and help others solve a similar problem? So they don't have to think about what's the best prompt I need to do each time. It's like, no, what are the use cases? What are the common patterns that we have across the organization? And then how can technology help business and boards get the optimal answer with the optimal technology and the optimal data? And all around this is a red box of guardrails, security, and privacy. Has to be absolutely grounded in trust, in ensuring data is used responsibly and securely. That's what that big red box means. And in the interest of time, we have been deploying AI. We have been with the Bay Delta comments. We successfully use AI to do things like looking at similar comments, grouping similar comments together. We had really good outcomes from this AI project, which we did in conjunction with the Office of Digital Innovation, the Governor's Office of Digital Innovation. Saved a lot of time responding to comments and consistency and overall accuracy. And that is a solution that could be available to others. Dealing with lots of public comments, there are ways that we could help organize those comments and group similar comments together. So that is what I'm hoping to turn into a repeatable pattern and a use case where we don't reinvent the wheel with a project each time to do these comments and a project to do these comments. No, we have a platform for dealing with that common use case, right? And we did also do a co-pilot study on that left-hand side, the general productivity. We've also trying to do that responsibly. How useful actually is co-pilot? How is it evolving? Does it actually help folks? And we are going to be expanding on this and building communities of practice with office hours and many other forums for our staff to engage with. But on the whole, this was done sort of summer of last year. On the whole, it had some very positive, some initial positive outputs for general productivity. I know there's more work to do, but the key point with this slide is not the data points, but it's just like we have to measure this. We have to see, again, should we be doing this, right? Is it actually helping? And that's what any good IT strategy, I think, should be grounded in. It's the business outcomes. I want to skip ahead and make sure that we have time. So, I have many other considerations, many other thoughts buzzing around my head, but I wanted to give you a very quick overview of just, I think, where I'd like to try and steer that ship with help from all of you to help me, move this and build an enterprise IT strategy that works for all of us and helps the board make better decisions, help us be more efficient and productive, and just essentially, be better prepared to do the daily demands and stresses of this job. So what we'll do now, if you grab the QR codes, I need to do a bit of admin to switch over the sharing, but there's a QR code on your table. It's a tool called Mentimeter. There, I just have 3 questions that are actually going to be interactive. So when you respond to that survey, you're going to see it. If I can actually figure out how to share, you're going to see it up on the board. And it should be a fun way to end the talk here. It's the one that says, the one that says Friday 11:30. That one, if you please. Oh, share my screen. Water quality, come on in.
And for folks that are on the platform, you should have received an email with the QR code as well.
The hyperlink will work, or the QR code. Yeah, they'll both take you to the same place. So you should see something on your phone that says, this should be the first question. What systems do you currently interact with in your role as a board member? Make sure, can you see it?
Yep.
Yeah, so this is a quick question, but just out of curiosity, if you don't know what the system is, it's a good bet you probably don't interact with it. But please, there's a way that you can rank them. So you can kind of drag and drop, or if you just want to click on it, doesn't really matter a whole lot about the ranking. But again, this is just a quick survey about what of our systems do you actually use day to day? I know I've run out of space. I'm sorry. That's the next iteration. It's iterative development. I'll fix that. Yes, it's fine. I need to look at it like what you guys are seeing as well. And if you yeah, it actually will live update on the screen, but it's pretty small.
It's the dashboard.
As people are responding, yeah, it will update. I got some winners coming up here. Safer dashboards in the lead. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. It's pretty small. But for those of you who can't see the minuscule text, it is right down the ranking is Safer Dashboard, GeoTracker, and Drinking Water Watch. And then CWIX as a close fourth, and Cal Waters is 5. So that's the top 5. All right. So we're going to go to the next slide. This one's going to be a bit more open-ended. So right now, I think people already skipped ahead to the next question, but the next question is, what are your unmet information needs? So this is your chance to give me all of it, right? Like, and think about your top information that you don't have or could be better, and then what we'll do, you can enter as many of those as you like in this input box, and then afterwards you can actually vote. After you've finished entering, you can vote on the whole list. So if there are ones that others have put in that you like, they're showing up on the screen, but then you can vote if you also have the same issue. I'm looking at a few of these. Your regional website's not consistent, making it hard to navigate. Search engine is limited. Yeah, I'm seeing a theme of website. And I will take all of these and I will go through them, and I will, again, these will help form those priorities. Legislation dashboard. Website, yeah. Workforce diversity trends. So when you submit, I think actually no. Okay, now I'm going to give folks maybe like another 30 seconds to fill out any other burning issue that you have, and then the next step is going to be to read through some of these and vote, skim down and see if you really have the same issue. Then you can vote on it. Yeah. All right, I don't see anybody furiously typing away, so I'm going to go start voting. So yeah, it should now switch, and you should be able to scroll. And if you see one that you really want to +1, go for it. And I'll give us like a minute or so to skim through those and vote on what you think. I think you get 3 votes total, so use them wisely. You don't have to spend them all, but please do vote if you see one that you like, or rather, I mean, this is about what you don't like, but you know what I'm saying. And you don't have to spend. It might give you a warning saying you haven't spent all your votes. That's okay. You can just submit it.
I don't remember.
Also, I should say this is anonymous, by the way, as well. So it's a free open vote. Should have said that at the beginning, actually. I don't think anybody cared. I think. All right. I'll give us another 30 seconds or so. I think we're getting critical mass on the voting, and then we got one more final fun question, I think, to wrap us up with. And by the way, this tool that I'm using is called Mentimeter. We do have licenses for this tool. If you ever are interested in this tool for meetings, it's very useful in certain ways to get engagement and feedback. I mean, this would be very hard to do, right? All these answers to do kind of individually, or it'd be bedlam, right? But this is quite a nice tool of using information. Yeah, like sticky notes, put them all up on the board. This is a more eco-friendly way, I suppose, of doing that. Yeah, right. All right, I'm gonna finish voting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see what we got. All right, so the top ones, the popular one, difficult to navigate to the needed information. I'm assuming that's talking about just in general, the intranet, the website in general, right? Like actually finding the needed information. And then obviously the website was very high. Water quality monitoring data needs to be easily accessible to communities. I definitely want to explore that one further and understand the need behind that in more detail. Regional websites are not consistent, making it hard to navigate. ADA, the Disability Act, less access to information. Search engines limited. This is very helpful. So as I was talking about sort of enterprise-wide priority, this is kind of like a glimpse into that, right? Like this now, I'm not saying I'm going to go away and you know, action this immediately, but it is a very, very useful input for me to see what all of you care about and what the top ones have been. I know this is not a very scientific poll, but certainly I think it gives us a guideline of really at the heart of it. I think this is probably quite accurate. It may not be that scientific, but I think it kind of gets the intent. And final slide. This one is the big picture. So what big questions do you think that AI supported by authoritative data sources could help answer now or in the near future? So don't think about what type of technology it is. It's like what we all know enough about AI to know that it can answer questions, right? It can actually answer questions for us backed by good data. So don't even think about if the data is even available. I really want you to just think about what are the big things that it could potentially help with. And the sky's the limit. And we'll just see where we get to. And these are really good. Take aggregate past and present data to create models for pollution loading, migration, and forecasting. Yeah. PRAs, public comments. This is really good. Highest priority water quality problems. Yeah. This is exactly what I need. Harmful algal blooms. Website, I get it. Yeah, that one, the water rights one is really good. You know, I think one of the next evolutions of Cal Waters is really what do we do with that data, the water rights data, and the input here was how do we use water rights? How is it aligned with water supplies? How to work with neighboring states on big challenges we share with good data? Again, it's like we've got all the data in Cal Waters, we're still digitizing some of it, but then how do we put that to work, right? How do we move from, you know, get into more predictive analytics and more modeling? How do we make that data work for us? Yeah, it's great. Yeah, public facing. What are my water quality concerns? Is my water safe to drink? How do we answer that question? What data do we need to do it? What caveats do we need to put on that question? The technology exists, but does the data, does the policy, does the you know, sort of thought process need to be defined more about how we answer that question? I'll give another sort of 30 seconds or so. If you've got any other sort of big question ideas, please finish that up and then we'll move to the voting and then we'll wrap up. But this is super helpful though, especially someone that's relatively new to the organization to kind of just get a pulse on the big questions that you think IT could one day help solve. All right, let's move us now to the voting part, and this will be the final piece I ask of you. If you see anything you like, give it a +1. I think you get 3 votes for this one too. Again, use them wisely.
Everybody's having a good time.
Everyone's so quiet, it's great.
It's like when you're eating.
I hate silence, I've got to fill it.
Everybody's quiet when they're eating good food.
Yeah, that's great. I know they're all good, but 3 votes, so top 3 if you can. It's hard to choose. I know they're all going to be impactful from what I saw. So another 30 seconds or so, because I know I'm almost at time here. Maybe we can do something like this again, just this activity. Will be part of this. Yeah, like just something like this. Yeah. All right, let's do another 10 more seconds. Spend those last votes if you got them. I hate to cut this short because everyone's so quiet and engaged with this, but we do have to move on. But maybe this is maybe we can come back to something like this. I think as we. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm too polite. All right. You're done. All right. Just a quick scan. Then I know we're at time, but summarizing public comments. Take aggregate past and present data to create models for pollution loading migration. That was the top one. Navigate data and synthesize trends across all our databases, costs and benefits of regulatory stuff. I will share all these, by the way. I know we did it pretty quickly, but I will share all these out. So I think we're almost at time and we have very little chance for questions, I'm afraid, Joaquin, but I'm happy to stick around a bit longer. But thank you very much for your time and attention. I sincerely appreciate it. And I look forward to working with all of you.
Huge round of applause.
Thank you.
I think you can all see why I'm incredibly excited for the future of our IT systems and just the foundation of so much of our work. Ben, your passion, your leadership, your vision here is just really appreciated. I too am a humanities major and was also an IT director in Senator Boxer's office, and so
I got the reference yesterday.
Yeah, I feel it feels nice to share that here as well. Questions? We can eat into a little bit of the time in the next for the next folks. This is just a hot topic, so for sure, Eileen.
It's actually not a question, just a couple comments. First, thank you very much. It's great to have you as part of the water board and thinking strategically. I think when I joined 4.5 years ago, I didn't really see a strategic plan for IT, and there's 9 regional boards and the state board. And so just a comment is that one, I really think, and it came out kind of in the survey, PRAs, but we really need, I think it's kind of embarrassing in California that we do not have a standardized records management system for the state water board or the 9 regional boards. So I just want to plant that seed in your ear that it's really embarrassing that people have to go back and find things in paper files and there's no standardization. And luckily we were embarrassed enough, I guess, during the last drought that that's what drove the water rights project, which is great. So I just want to give that. And then just the other thing to think about, and I just realized that it's more the newer, younger people that we've hired. They are totally against AI because of the environmental impacts of the water and energy. So just something for us to be aware of, like, how do we move the needle? But when we've discussed AI in our region, I was shocked, and it wasn't the 25-year employee with the water board, it was the new ones. And they are just like, and maybe because AI is so centered in our region, you know, we've got the hub right there in San Francisco, is driving all the prices up as far as rents and stuff. But just want to plant that seed with you. That's something that we need to think about
Absolutely.
as
Yeah.
we talk about AI.
Yeah, thank you for the comment. 100%, right? We got to ground AI, and if I will do a philosophy quote, but you know, when hunting for monsters, you got to make sure that you don't become the monster yourself. We're trying to solve the environment, trying to help the environment with the power of AI, but we don't want to wreck the environment by doing that. So yes, it is we've got to be very careful and make sure we're grounded in outcomes. Yeah, I completely agree.
Jackie. Oh, the only thing I was going to add is just that so much of this work is about the culture change as well within the institution. You can build systems, you can have the best out there, and that oftentimes that's the tech side is can be easy. It's really the cultural and institutional changes of how staff use the systems that are going to be really important. And that's what I really appreciate about Ben is systems thinking across all of it is really appreciated. Jackie.
Yeah, I completely agree. And just to follow on Eileen's point, I think it's you mentioned, you know, we've got to ask ourselves, can we use AI, but should we use AI in a given instance? And I think there's just one extra thing I would add on there is the perception of how we're using AI as well. So there's how we arrive internally about how we're going to use it, but then also we need to think about how we communicate how we're using it. Because for instance, in some of our social media, we've had opportunities at times to use AI to do a video or use AI to do something with a photograph or something. And we haven't done it because we need to think through, first of all, how does it appear how we're using our AI? We have to think, you know, should we first is the first question. And then secondly, we need to add on that perception piece of things. And I think it does make sense for us to develop a policy for how we use AI at the boards, because I think that needs, and I'm happy to assist with that, because I think we really need to think about how it appears, our use of the AI, as well as should we use AI. That's just another piece of that I think we need to integrate.
Patrick, and then Alex, and then we'll wrap. Oh, of course. I didn't see if there was another board member hand. Thank you for that, Celeste. Norma?
Yeah, actually, I was going to piggyback on Eileen's comments, and it may sound like the PRAs, why are we so worked up about it? But we had the experience that it is being used as a litigation strategy at this point in time to constantly barrage us with these requests so that it depletes our resources to respond to them, and we don't respond timely, then we get into litigation. And so it is a very important issue that we be able to respond very quickly. And just on a personal note, please do something about CalAiders. It is broken.
CalAiders was not us, but there is a statewide project, CSPS project, that will be replacing that. You'll be pleased to hear in a few years' time. Yeah.
I heard applause. Alex.
Yeah. So I am part of my day job, I'm a real estate appraiser, and the industry right now is really grappling with the use of AI due to all our certifications that we sign in the States. I mean, we have to maintain a certain level of integrity, and there's all these tests of reasonableness and what have you. And the industry is they're coming up with a policy, and like how extensive that process is pretty, it's great that they're doing it, but a lot of I would just say with the AI, what we're finding, because folks are using it to do market research and analysis. And I had made the comment in our interactive thing of being able to go find reports, and because a lot of times reports get cited or say, oh yeah, I found it in this source, and then you can't go find it. It's really hard to find it. AI is really great at finding those things, but then sometimes what it will do is summarize this. And you read the summary and it's just off just enough that it does that over a bunch of different documents and suddenly it's totally wrong. So it's only as good as obviously the data input, but it's only as good as the editor or the reviewer, the person. So it's not a cop out of, hey, you need to actually go maybe read the comments yourself, not just what AI is telling you what it is. So
Yeah, 100%.
it's just more of a suggestion of saying, it was said earlier, come up with maybe a policy of what the water boards are going to be doing using AI. Like what are the standards, so to speak? I think that would be a great first start.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. Patrick, and then we can wrap.
I just wanted to express my gratitude for Ben for coming aboard and don't burn yourself out, man. You know, I know we are approaching an incredible frontier, a terrifying but frontier that is full of a lot of potential here. I mean, even the numbers about kind of the milliwatt hours associated with the search have changed radically. If you search Google now, Google has an AI tool built in that makes it less efficient than ChatGPT for running a Google search. You know, I think it shows how technology, all these lines are blurring. You know, there's an excellent article from, I guess, 6 months ago, Video Journal from a New York Times reporter talking about how a day without AI, and it's like, well, if you really want a day without AI, you can't use a Maps app, you cannot use Yahoo, you can't use Yelp. All of those are now built on AI infrastructure. Your cell phone towers and the way that they sort, you know, the most optimized signal is built off of AI infrastructure. Everything that we do in our digital lives is now starting to be built off of AI infrastructure, from streaming Netflix to sending an email. So, you know, discussions about AI have become discussions about tech in general. And I say that because it's such a daunting issue to draw black and white lines. We're regulators. We love drawing those black and white lines, right? But I know it's an incredibly challenging environment, and I am so thankful that you have chosen to take this position in these challenging times. The way you're thinking about things creatively and with an open mind, it is a breath of fresh air, you know, to kind of take this organization to the next level. So I just wanted to say thank you, for coming out here today and talking with all of us.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Let's give Ben another round of applause.
Thanks very much.
And there will be further. So we look forward to what is going to be a lot more discussion and engagement. We will now pivot to our last item on our agenda, which is update from the last 5 regions. And so I'd like to invite up our executive officers, and it'll take us home to about 1:30, and we'll wrap at that point. So this will be a nice note to end on.
Thank you.
Reflecting on the progress that's been made in the regions.
Send you the results and we can email them. Yeah.
Distribute anything got, it's gonna be a tech fix, guys. I mean, we're going to. We like each other.
I don't even know if I can.
I'll sit here. I'll sit.
Do you guys want to sit in order or?
Nah, we don't have
No?
to mix it up, but we'll do it in order. It'll be,
Okay.
Patrick gets to go first.
Patrick will go
Do you need
first.
power for that?
And then.
Do you guys need power? Does anyone?
Power? You can use the
Plug in?
your power.
Do you need power?
Sure.
Yeah,
there we go. Thank you.
See,
Saving mode.
IT is a
Just
servant.
in case.
You look like you've got enough power.
Yeah, I probably do have enough.
It's only an hour. And you're going right after Patrick.
Look at that.
Yeah.
I know. Look at that, you guys.
Yeah, sorry.
It's like, we ran out of tables. Like, trying to
It's
get
fine.
a
It's
table
all
up
good.
here, but you
It's
know.
all good. Susie doesn't mind you sitting close to her.
The nameplates just fit on the
You're
table.
up
Sorry, I know
first.
it's cramped here.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No one's gonna want to listen to Valerie or me.
Oh, no,
We're very fortunate to be joined by Patrick Palupa, our executive officer from the Central Valley region, Susana Arredondo from the LA region, Ryan Lodge from the Central Coast, Eileen White from the San Francisco region, and Valerie Quinto from North Coast. Thank you all. And I believe Patrick will kick us off.
Thank you so much. And I promise that my gratitude for Ben was born out of the fact that I actually truly believe in what he is doing here, not because I actually lost my badge on his first day. And so my first interaction was asking the chief information officer to please help an executive officer get a new badge issued. But it is an interesting time in so many different ways in terms of where we are in the Central Valley, and the single biggest issue that we've been wrestling with for virtually the entirety of the Newsom administration, frankly, for nearly the entire 75 years of the board's existence, is how to regulate agriculture, and more specifically, how to regulate nitrate and its impacts on human health and the environment. Next slide. So to begin with, I think where we were at the start of the Newsom administration, so heading into 2019, the big vehicle that carried most of our nitrate regulation was CV salts. And CV salts, it's an acronym, Central Valley Salinity Alternatives for Long-Term Sustainability. It really was a vehicle for driving home a stakeholder-led initiative to address the salinity issues within the Central Valley. From the very first time they started digging wells, from the very first time they started irrigating acreage in the San Joaquin Valley, you immediately started driving up the water quality numbers at Vernalis. You immediately started seeing a salinity impacts to the San Joaquin River and trying to deal with the impacts that that would have on the long-term sustainability, the Delta and the greater Central Valley ecosystems as a whole. As the water projects were built, that seemingly put the issue off for a while, but as we know, when the water comes, the salt stays. If you keep doing that for generations and generations, you'll wind up in a situation where you have eliminated the agricultural productivity of the soil and the groundwater for all eternity. There's no coming back from that. So that's why CV salts was formed. Next slide. But then nitrate reared its incredibly ugly head in a very, very big way in the drought, in the, I think it was at the third of the once in a generation droughts that we've had in this last generation so far. In 2011 through 2015, you saw a lot of drinking water wells go dry in the Central Valley. This was an epically bad drought, even among the droughts that we've had in the last 40 years. And the wells that were still usable were showing up with very, very high levels of nitrate. Nitrate, as we know, it's an anion, it's a salt, but it can lead to a fatal syndrome known as methaglobinemia in infants and is a very critical water quality issue that we need to address for that reason. The state board reacted to that by putting in the recycled water policy of 2013, a salt and nutrient management plan requirement. It was something that we negotiated with the state water board when that was incorporated in there, and it helped form the platform of what we would do next, bringing CV salts and the salt and nitrate control programs forward in our basin plans. Next slide. And that brings us to the start of the Newsom administration. So in May 2018, the regional board held its initial basin plan amendment, and it adopted what was come to be known as the Nitrate Control Program in the Central Valley. I've talked about this at WQCC before. It essentially is a grand bargain by the nitrate dischargers in the Central Valley. That includes agriculture, contributing about 93% of all the nitrogen in the soil and groundwater. It includes wastewater treatment facilities. It includes dairies, which are kind of a subset of agriculture. It includes oil and gas facilities, which contribute a non-insignificant component to that as well. And lastly, rounding it out is the on-site septic systems, the millions of them in the Central Valley that also contribute to a nitrate and bacterial contamination in the groundwater. What followed over the next few years was a lengthy negotiation between environmental justice advocates, the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board, Cal EPA, and the State Water Board to get to a final amendment package that was approved by OAL in November of 2021. So I just want to emphasize that again, from May 2018 is literally the gavel dropped. Okay, we adopted the Basin Plan Amendment. The outgoing executive officer literally within an hour handed over responsibilities to me. Mission accomplished, right? Well, to get that regulatory package across the line, it took about another 4 years of wrangling, but we got it done. So in late 2021, we got that amendment package approved at OAL. Then comes implementation. Next slide. This is what we're doing right now. The priority 1 areas drawn in red there are the areas with the most heavy nitrate impacts, thousands and thousands of domestic wells and municipal wells in the valley where nitrate exceeds water quality standards, dangerous to human health. Often those impacts were decades in the making, over application of fertilizer, contributions from dairies, contributions from wastewater treatment plants. On an acre by acre average, the wastewater treatment plants are contributing more than any other category, sometimes thousands of pounds per acre of nitrogen. When if you exceed it by about 20, 25 pounds, you're drawing it over the water quality standard, and then the septic systems themselves within those communities. So in those red areas, we've designed a program where management zones formed. Those management zones are consortiums of dischargers that have gotten together to do water quality sampling in domestic wells and provide replacement drinking water while they work on a 35-year implementation time schedule to reduce the nitrate loading within their areas so that it achieves compliance with the water quality standards. For those of you who are more active in the surface water realm, think of it as a 35-year TMDL for some of the most intractable water quality problems that you have in your region. Ours is in groundwater. Groundwater has a long memory. Even if we reduced all of the nitrate loads to 0 today, basically shut down agriculture, shut down wastewater treatment plants, in many of those areas right there, you would not see a rebound for another 70, 80, 90 years in the domestic drinking water. So we have to have a long-term structured program to rectify those groundwater impacts. It requires participation from all the industries that are contributing, and it requires all of them to be part of the solution. Next slide. And I think right now, and again, I know I'm between you and your flights, and also you want to hear from all these other cool EOs that have awesome stories to tell. But we're at a point where we at the Central Valley in early June are about to approve the first of these orders that essentially accumulate it's the accumulation of all of these regulatory efforts have arrived at this point. It includes the East San Joaquin agricultural order, a 2018 order. Peer review was just completed of the groundwater load reduction strategy within that order. So the groundwater protection formulas, values, and targets, an incredibly high-tech way of evaluating how individual crop conditions and individual soil types and individual irrigation and hydrologic scenarios are impacting soil and groundwater within the Central Valley. Very complex modeling that just survived a peer review that was conducted by the state board as an outgrowth of that regulatory program. We are approving a new range of nitrogen efficiency targets, formerly known as the acceptable ranges or the A over R applied over R removed ranges within the agricultural program that basically sets the standards for how effective nitrogen reduction can be within certain crop types within the Central Valley. Again, we have about 6 million acres, right, of agricultural acreage, far more than any of the other regions, more than all the other regions combined. About 30,000 distinct growers, about 1,200 different dairies. Some of those have about, upwards of 50,000 head of cattle on them. Just a huge footprint within the Central Valley, and they're tied to the health and well-being of all those communities in many, sometimes uncomfortable ways. We have a basin plan surveillance and monitoring program tied to that CV salts amendment that is getting off the ground. The wastewater needs assessment is really looking into the nitrate contributions from the about 500 different land discharge facilities that discharge wastewater within our region. Again, that's about the same as the rest of the state combined. The dairy general order, it's coming soon, coming from the State Water Board, basically assessing how the dairies are going to be regulated in the Central Valley. The numbers are also staggering there. About 1.7 million cows on those facilities, and then a handful of 100,000 or so of the heifers and the support stock. When you think that each cow produces about the equivalent amount of nitrogen as about 42 human beings, we have more cows producing more nitrate in the Central Valley than the entire rest of the state have people producing nitrate. And so that's kind of the wastewater needs when you kind of look at that nitrate. But it's a viable commodity. If you figure out a way to use that effectively, that's fertilizer right there. Sigma, GSA, nitrate minimum thresholds have become a very, very hot topic. Sigma focused almost exclusively on, okay, so CV salts, you're worried about what's going in. We only have to worry about what's coming out. Recently, State Board has been saying, hang on, there are minimum thresholds that you have to be concerned about when it comes to water quality. How you extract and where you recharge have huge implications for the water quality concerns within the Central Valley. The GSAs are investing a lot of time and technical expertise to understand those issues. Safer, they're looking at drinking water funding. Drinking water funding has to be tailored to the individual contaminant needs of all those communities. Ag Expert Panel, which we heard about recently. Frankly, it was very validating for the Central Valley to hear what the Ag Panel has been saying. We've been saying it for a long time, reducing these, there is no silver bullet to reducing the nitrate discharges within the irrigated lands program. There's no way right now of effectively growing most of the crops that we grow in the Central Valley and meeting the water quality standards for nitrate. It's an uncomfortable truth that we've been discussing for about 10 years. And finally, we have a lot of validation from the Ag Expert Panel about how hard that actually is and the decades potentially it will take to fix that problem and to come up with new technical solutions for growing the crops that we need to grow to feed California and the rest of the world. New outreach and community involvement requirements, which we've heard a lot about, are taking effect just as we're starting this program. AB 2108 and other requirements are kicking in. We have a racial equity resolution that focuses these efforts and these outreach concerns centered on equity in a way that we haven't been before. Push for groundwater recharge. Again, the GSAs are looking for all these FloodMAR, AgMAR, recharge basin utilization, increased recycled water usage. All of that can have impacts on the nutrients within the groundwater. All of these threads are basically coalescing within the next couple of years in the packages that are coming before the Central Valley Water Board next year and a half or so. So it's a huge, huge effort that's been undertaken during the Newsom administration, and it's finally culminating in really the next stage of nitrate and nutrient regulation here in the Valley. Really cool to be part of it. Lots of challenges ahead. This is not mission accomplished. This is kind of one step on a journey of that is going to take multiple decades to complete. But that's the update from my region. I'll turn it over to Region 6. I mean, sorry, we're counting down today for one.
Not working. I think it's on now. Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. How's everyone? Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you, Patrick. It's always tough to follow right after Patrick, so please bear with me. My name is Susana Redondo, and I'm Executive Officer for the LA region. Good afternoon. So today I'm going to be just going over 3 accomplishments under the Newsom administration, and I'm going to start off with, surprise, surprise, the 2025 LA fires. So the LA fires truly shows how we performed in an emergency. When it mattered most, our agency mobilized to protect health and water quality. On January 7th of 2025, a trifecta of fire-friendly climate conditions set the stage for one of the most significant wildfire disasters in our region. A sequence of back-to-back wet winters boosted vegetation, followed by a record dry fall and the extreme Santa Ana winds reaching up to 80 miles an hour, creating high fire-prone conditions, which triggered multiple fire events. The two most severe events were the Eaton Fire and the Palisades Fire that posed a serious threat to water quality, watershed, and stormwater systems. Next slide, please. The combined impact for both fires was 37,728 acres burned, 18,295 structures affected, and 29 lives lost. On the first day, Governor Newsom declared a state of emergency, unlocking critical state response tools and accelerating resources through the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services, Cal-OES. The key actions included coordination across state and local agencies, mitigating public health and environmental impacts, expediting permitting for emergency recovery, and expediting debris removal and rebuilding process. Rapidly, coordination shifted and State Board's Emergency Management Program, EMP, integrated with federal, state, and local agencies. The Water Board's EMP maintained continuous presence for 2 months for 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. Our staff provided expertise regarding water quality permitting, emergency regulatory compliance, assessment of watersheds, and watershed system assessments. Next slide, please. 19 days after the fires, an atmospheric river reigned in LA. We quickly mobilized in preparation. Together, through the task force, MS4 permittees and state agencies worked together to deploy BMPs in advance of the storm. To provide you with the scope and magnitude of the effort, at the Eaton burn area, over 8,000 feet of straw wattles were deployed, over 365 feet of compost socks, over 5,000 feet of silt fence. At the Palisades burn area, over 15,000 feet of straw wattles, over 260,000 feet of compost socks, and over 5,000 feet of silt fence. Across both, approximately 20,000 feet of K-rail were distributed. Next slide. On January 20th, 2025, an additional executive order temporarily suspended portions of the environmental review for emergency work in waterways. This provided essential after the rainfall that triggered flood and mudslide warnings. This was really critical because post-fire conditions created ash and sediment runoff, mud flow and debris jams, high flood risk in burn scar areas. And these actions allow local agencies to rapidly stabilize debris basins, hillsides, storm drains, and outfalls, and flood control infrastructure. The Los Angeles Water Board's key actions included issuing expedited 401 water quality certification for debris basin cleaning and tree removal to limit downstream pollution. In addition, staff prepared maps that identified burned septic systems and conducted inspections to capture specific impacts along the Pacific Coast Highway. Furthermore, we expedited permitting for debris disposal, processing enrollment in the disaster-related waste general order for local landfills. This allowed landfills to accept disaster-related waste that normally would not be accepted. The LA Water Board also addressed public concerns about polluted debris and strengthened protections through proactive measures. First, we reassured the public that fire debris is only accepted in lined landfill cells, equipped with a full leachate collection system to prevent groundwater contamination. Then we explained that landfills that are accepting this waste are required to maintain full stormwater BMPs during debris disposal operations. We directed certain landfills to monitor for hexavalent chromium as an added layer of protection for nearby communities. And lastly, we work closely with Cal EPA and local partners to coordinate on our public outreach, ensuring clear, transparent, and consistent messaging to build and maintain community trust. And Jackie knows all about that. Next slide, please. In response to the LA fires, the LA Water Board started 2 monitoring efforts. The first, we arranged for an immediate sampling at the beaches to help LA County make more informed public health decisions about beach advisories. And this was for beaches adjacent and south of the Palisades fire. We also coordinated with LA County Department of Health on site selection, sample sharing, lab resources, and together, based on past water board fire response experience, our staff and LA County staff collected samples which were analyzed by the board's lab for constituents associated with fires such as metals, bacteria, nutrients, BCPs, and PAHs. The second monitoring effort covered all fires and all sampling programs. We worked with SWRCB to coordinate monitoring efforts for more than 35 government organizations, agencies, academic institutes, and nonprofits. Next slide. Recovery actions are still ongoing, and the Water Board is still very involved in maintaining public and health water quality. Thank you. Next slide. And now that I've covered the emergency response action, I'd like to shift to Santa Susana Field Lab, and we also go by SSFL. And this is a formal field laboratory that sits 2,850-acre plateau that's about 30 miles from downtown LA. And from 1947 to 2006, Boeing and its predecessors, along with NASA and the U.S. Department of Energy, conducted research, development, assembly, and testing of rocket engines, small-scale nuclear reactors, and chemical lasers at the site. Though all the industrial activity has ended in 2006, radionuclides and other contamination still remains. For 15 years, this cleanup project has been stalled due to litigation and dispute over cleanup standards. Finally, after 15 months of litigation, mediation with Boeing, DTSC, and the Water Board on August 11th of 2022, the board adopted an MOU. And the Boeing company, it's an MOU with DTSC and the Water Board and Boeing. And this MOU is part of a comprehensive framework that establishes strict cleanup protocols and timelines for Boeing. And they've agreed to clean up radionuclides in the soil in the areas of responsibility to background. And this is levels that would exist locally without industry activity. And they also agreed to clean up chemical contamination in its areas of responsibility to a health protective cleanup standard that would be as stringent as resident with garden standard. And this standard has long been advocated by members of the community. So they were very happy about that. Under the MOU, the board will only consider relieving Boeing of its NPDES permit obligations once Boeing completes cleanup and soil contamination in its area of responsibility. It requires stormwater runoff from these areas to no longer be polluted following multiple years of monitoring overseen by the board. I think Governor Newsom captured the spirit well when he said Santa Susana Field Lab is one of our nation's most high-profile and contentious toxic cleanup sites. Today's settlement prioritizes human health and the environment and holds Boeing to account for its cleanup. Next slide, please. And lastly, I'd like to end on an enforcement note. On September 30th, 2021, the city of Carson, a warehouse fire consumed improperly stored bottles of hand sanitizer, sanitizing wipes, and beauty and wellness products. Contaminated runoff and fire suppression water flowed into the Dominguez Channel estuary. Subsequently, decaying organic matter was observed in the Dominguez Channel, along with elevated levels of hydrogen sulfide in the air, which generated over 4,000 complaints from the surrounding residents. Besides complaints about the offensive odors, residents in the neighborhood of Gardena, Wilmington, Torrance, Redondo Beach, and Long Beach experienced nausea, dizziness, and headaches for weeks after the fire. Local air quality regulators determined that the hydrogen sulfide reached levels 230 times above the state nuisance standard. The board initiated legal action after an investigation into the incident, and with the help of the Attorney General's office, pursued administrative penalties. After a 17-day trial, our technical staff also gave testimony, and the court on December 16 imposed a $10 million penalty against Day-to-Day Imports, Virgin Scent, and 4 corporate officers liable for failing to obtain a required stormwater permit, and an additional $575,000 for for the pollutant discharge. And the owners of the warehouse, Liberty Property Limited Partners and Prologis, were also found liable, but were not required to pay the 10 million because they spent 10 million approximately to clean up after the fire. So these are strong examples that I think display the governor's leadership through state agencies, and we work collaboratively to protect public health and enforce environmental laws. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Always difficult to follow this crew. Ryan Lodge, I'm the executive officer for the Central Coast Water Board. I do want to start off by recognizing our staff. I'm glad Ben in his presentation mentioned frontline staff. Our frontline staff, our frontline, first level supervisors do all the work, really. Not all the work, but most of the work. And it's critical, the work that they do. And most of that actually doesn't get to the board level. It's stormwater inspections, NPDES permits, they do get to the board. But a lot of the cleanup work, the day-to-day interacting with the public, interacting with dischargers, it's just a tremendous amount of work. So it's hard to come up with accomplishments, but I do want to recognize the staff and the staff at State Board where our counterparts that we work with on a day-to-day basis. Okay, next slide. And then I'm going to talk about our irrigated lands program. Probably not as much though, because Patrick covered a lot of the issues that we all deal with in terms of irrigated lands. This is a slide from a presentation that was given to our board at our April meeting. It's just kind of providing some perspective about where our program has been and where we are now. Our program has been in existence since at least 2004. There was work that was done before that to do our first ag waiver. So we had three ag waivers, and now our ag WDR 4.0. Tremendous amount of work. The requirements keep increasing. It's a huge problem. It's like eating the elephant. You got to do it one bite at a time because it's going to take a lot of years. But I did want to point out that we have been working on this for decades. We know that there's a lot of work to be done, but sometimes we talk about this and it's like, oh, is this a new problem? And how are we going to do this? And we've been doing this for a while. Not all the regions have, so I'm glad we had that conversation yesterday. And some of the other regions are at different stages. We have a more mature program out of necessity because we've had significant groundwater impacts from application of nitrogen fertilizer. And I just want to point out that our regions are different, and we should be looking at any type of statewide policy should reflect that and recognize the differences between the regions, even the cropping. Our region has a lot of row crops, a lot of multiple rotations and whatnot. So
I thought we had it hard on a per acre basis, but then I heard about Region 3.
Yeah, it's daunting. But anyways, that's an accomplishment because in 2021, we did get our ag order adopted. It was a huge accomplishment, a lot of work that went into that. And then it was petitioned to State Board. We got a remand, and we're working on that remand and expect to actually have draft language out in the next couple of weeks to cover that, and also working on an alternative water supply program to go along with that. So we look forward to the Ag Expert Panel final report. We look forward to State Boards working on that and what type of policy that may come out of that, because we agree not necessarily the greatest approach to have it based on petitions and reviews at the State Board level. So we look forward to that. We do have our program manager that's been working in the program for 20 years. So it's a great resource for the State Board. If you ever, and we work collaboratively with the staff, but if you ever, always welcome to coordinate and collaborate with us on that. Next slide, please. And that wouldn't be a WQCC or a chairs meeting if I don't mention Diablo Canyon. Sorry, Suzanne, I mentioned, she congratulated us when our permits were adopted. And I said, you're never going to have to hear me talk about Diablo again. And here we are. Apologies for that. But it is interesting. We're talking about data centers and electricity and the big reason why we need to keep Diablo open, or we're pushed to keep it moving, just because it does supply about 9% of the state's total electricity. So once through cooling, 2.5 billion gallons per day. It was a technically challenging permit. Obviously, a lot of interest from the public, very political project. But our board and our staff did an excellent job of moving through all that, navigating it. And both the NPDES permit and the 401 certification were adopted in February of this year. So that was a huge accomplishment for us. Both of those, the NPDES permit and the 401 certification, were petitioned to State Board, not surprisingly. So I'll leave it at that, and probably will hear from me about this again in the future. Next slide, please. And so I probably wouldn't have had this in here if I'd known Eric was going to, from Region 8, talk about the 600 gazillion acre feet of recycled water from Region 8. But we do have some really good projects that we've taken on in the past couple of past few years. I think 2023, the board adopted WDRs for Pure Water SoCal project in Santa Cruz. So that takes wastewater from the city of Santa Cruz. It's injected into groundwater aquifer, not only for water supply resilience, but also to help reduce saltwater intrusion. Pure Water Monterey in 2025 was approved again for water supply resilience and then helping reduce the possibility of or the continuing of saltwater intrusion. And we have a couple future projects, Carpinteria Sanitary District, which is going to break ground actually later this month, and then the city of Morro Bay. Really important projects, again, working with folks at DFA and Division of Drinking Water collaboratively to get those projects moving along. Really important for these communities to have a solid water supply. Next slide. And then to round things out, I want to have this is a really good feel-good story for us. We have a Guadalupe restoration project. So this is a former oil field west of the city of Guadalupe and Santa Maria in southern San Luis Obispo County. Really in the dune complex out there. It's a 2,700 acre former oil field. Next slide. So the oil in this area is very thick, hard to get out of the ground. So from about the mid 40s to the 1990s, Union Oil of California, and better known as Unical, they used diluent, which is a kerosene type petroleum distillate, to make it easier to pump the oil out of the ground. Not surprising, the marine environment with piping and tanks littered across the dune complex. There's a tremendous amount of leaks in that system, leaking estimated about 12 million gallon spill over those decades. It was a significant spill, obviously. The Coast Guard was actually the first agency to get alerted to it because there was a sheen in the ocean. You could see it. So they came in and required some immediate work to be done. This has been a project. The reason I'm talking about it is we have an agreement that was signed in 2025 to transfer the land over. So that's why I'm getting to the good part of it, because it looks pretty bad up till now. So next slide, please. Yes, so this is the mid 1990s. They had to put in sheet piling and did excavation, took out 250,000 gallons of diluent and 400,000 cubic yards of sand, of impacted soil, I should say. That excavation actually got inundated, I think, during a king tide. They had to re-excavate. So it was a huge project. Next slide, please. Continuing ongoing cleanup actions, about 1 million cubic yards of material taken to a local landfill. A lot of different cleanup actions. There's pads, roads, spray areas that have to be remediated. Fast forward to now, I think the next slide. So Chevron Environmental Management Corporation owns the property now. They have, this was envisioned from the very beginning of this project that they would transition it to open space, and so that the public can have access to it. So that's pretty much, I think, where that excavation area was way back then. Lots of restoration work has been done to date. They signed a deal last year to transfer it over to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to be part of the Guadalupe Nipomo Wildlife Refuge. So it'll about double the size of that wildlife refuge out there. So long way to get there, but a really, really good ending to a story. It's not the end. There's still a lot of cleanup to do. Chevron will still be out there for many, many years, but it's going to be transferred over for open space and whatnot. So got to celebrate those victories when we can get them, especially in the cleanup world. So, and that's it for Region 3. Thanks.
I guess I better just start going because everybody wants to get home. Next slide, please. So I'm Eileen White. I'm the executive officer for the San Francisco Bay region. And we were asked to talk about a few of our accomplishments. And just one of them in and of itself is just our strategic plan. Next slide, please. And basically our strategic plan is used to communicate to the public, the community groups, and everybody what we do. And if you go to the back of the strategic plan, so there's pictures and stuff to make it easily readable. We've been trained well, by people like Jackie that you don't make it for PhDs, but it's make it for the standard audience. And then in the back, we have tables that show what we plan to do for the next 2 fiscal years. And then in September of each year, since I've started after we produced this, we've been reporting to our board on what we've been doing. So as we think about today and what we were supposed to report on, I just went back to our September reports and which things do I want to pick? Next slide, please. And we have 3 organizational priorities that are outlined in addition to our water quality programs. And those 3 are climate action and advancing racial equity and environmental justice. And then our workforce planning and development priority, as we see many people with over 30, 35, 40 years retiring from the organization. So our goal is to recruit, retain, and engage a highly talented, passionate workforce that's diverse and represents the region that we work in. And we've made great progress on all 3 of these, but because you want to get home, we'll talk about climate action. So next slide, please. So as we all know, climate change, if you can go back one, climate change is a global problem and a regional problem. And in the Bay Area, you can't go alone. You've got to work with partners. And so what you see on this slide is just a name of a few of the very many agencies we work with to address climate change in the Bay Area. Next slide, please. Click again, please. And so basically, we're using our regulatory authority to be able to advance climate actions. We'll help with planning, technical assistance, and we do it in all our programs. So there's not one person in the San Francisco Bay region that's charged with addressing climate change. We all are, whether you work in the NPDES program, you work in the 401 CERT, the site cleanup program. So what I'm going to briefly do, and I'll go fairly quick because we want to allow time for Valerie, is kind of walk through some of the things we do. So we have our climate change and wetland policy basin plan amendment, and we reach out and we're working with the various communities. Click, please. We have our municipal regional stormwater permit that regulates 79 permittees in the Bay Area. And we encourage them to use multi-benefit stormwater green infrastructure that will address water supply, water quality, and also address climate change. And then our creek, wetland, and bay restoration project, we participate with the Bay Restoration Regulatory Team, and it's made up of multiple staff from various state and regulatory agencies with the goal of expediting permitting in the Bay Area for shoreline resilience climate change projects. Next slide, please. Great, and this is just one example from the Bay Restoration Regulatory Integration Team. On the left, you can see the photo, the before photo, and that is a derelict pier up in Richmond. It had over 2,000 pilings. The material was not good for water quality, but by the whole regulatory team working together, we were able to expedite permitting, and a year later, you can see that the pier is no longer there, and it's improved for water quality. So that's just like one example of how working together with the other agencies, we're not doing it alone, that we can expedite permitting in the Bay Area to address climate change. And in the far right, as part of the shoreline stabilization, the project also installed oyster reef balls, and they're basically being colonized by oysters and other species to improve marine habitat. Great, thanks. Next one for climate action. As you can see, it's in all our programs. So for the land disposal program, our wonderful board that was represented here for the last 2 days adopted waste discharge requirements to require 16 bayfront landfills to conduct vulnerability assessments like how is sea level rise going to impact your landfill and what are you doing about it? Next slide, please. And then also we have our cleanup program, and under our cleanup program, we've been able to get all our sites. We're looking at the sites and asking them to look at how does climate change and sea level rise impact your site, and is it going to mobilize contaminants? And even sites that have been closed in the past, we're re-looking at, is what we did 20, 30 years ago sufficient, or do we need to do something different? And basically, we've incorporated these vulnerability assessments into also our low threat closure process. Next slide, please. Great. And then we have our wastewater. And for our wastewater program, as you know, we have 40 wastewater agencies in the Bay Area, and a lot of them are right along the Bay, because we'll talk next about how they discharge nutrients into the Bay. But we've asked them to take a look at their facilities, and some of them are more at risk than others with the king tides coming in, and making sure they're taking measures and looking at long-term planning. What are they going to do when the king tides come up and the water infiltrates onto their pumps? Like, are they going to raise their pumps sooner rather than later? And really having them take a critical look and make plans so they're prepared. And then when we talk about climate change in the Bay Area, another way we're seeing climate change impact the Bay Area is just also San Francisco Bay. Next slide, please. And so for San Francisco Bay, we've taken for many years a collaborative nutrient management approach to kind of understand San Francisco Bay, how climate change impacts it, and how nutrient impacts it. We've known for decades that San Francisco Bay is a very nutrient-enriched estuary, and until the early 2000s, it wasn't seeing the impacts of other estuaries worldwide. But in early 2000, USGS was noting there was some changes. So the yellow light went on. It's like, we need to pause. We really need to understand this more. Next slide, please. And so next one, please. So basically, we started this watershed approach. Next, please. And we're working collaboratively with all the interested parties. So we have the 40 wastewater agencies in the Bay Area. We have the NGOs like Baykeeper, EPA participates, other federal and state agencies participate. And what we've done is we're doing joint fact-finding now for many years. So we didn't wait till we had a problem to let the science inform future regulations. Next, please. And the goal is that by having sound science, we're not arguing when a regulation's adopted. So this has been going on now for many years, and for the last decade, the Bay Area Clean Water agencies have contributed over $15 million to monitoring San Francisco Bay for modeling that's being conducted by the San Francisco Estuary Institute and special research studies. Next slide, please. And what you can see on this next slide is how it's evolved over time, how we've used that science. So in 2014 was when the first nutrient permit was adopted, and it required the wastewater agencies to fund per year collectively $880,000 so that we could better understand the science, do more monitoring. It required them to complete a study to look at if you had to control nutrients, how would you do it? Then the second permit was adopted in 2019, and we took it a step further. And we said, now we want you to look at multi-benefit solutions back to climate change. What could you do if you looked at recycled water to reduce your nutrients? What if you looked at building horizontal levees? So those studies were conducted, along with we increased. We was like, we need to know more. This yellow light has been going on for a while. We need to understand more. So we increased the funding per year from the 40 wastewater agencies to $2.2 million per year. And then in 2022, August of 2022, is when we went from a yellow flashing light to a big red light. And it was a game changer. And that's when there was thousands and thousands of dead fish throughout San Francisco Bay, including white sturgeon. So that was a game changer. So it's like, we're not going to just keep studying this. We've got a real issue. Models may be predicting something, but we have real evidence now of what nutrients did. Because what happened with that harmful algae bloom, Heterosigma acashimo is the guilty culprit. And that Heterosigma acashimo, we're not sure what actually caused it to trigger in the bay, but what we do know, what allowed it to propagate was all the nutrients from the wastewater agencies. So all of a sudden, Heterosigma cashmere was at the buffet. They ate themselves up, made themselves so full, they propagated across the bay, and then they started dying off, consuming the oxygen. So the oxygen, dissolved oxygen went to zero, lots of dead fish. So really proud that our board 2 years later, in July of 2024, adopted the third nutrient watershed permit, which requires the 40 wastewater agencies in the Bay Area to reduce their nutrient loads by 40%. And we're working very collaboratively with them. We're requiring them, no problem is ever done, like climate change. They're continuing to fund the studies to the tune of $2.2 million per year. And then I've been working collaboratively with our board, with State Water Board, EPA, on doing a non-TMDL basin plan amendment because we're working with the wastewater agencies, recognizing for certain projects, such as nature-based solutions, water recycling, they may need more than 10 years that the compliance schedule policy allows. So I think it's a real success story. It's never ending, but as I told Jackie, if we have a harmful algae bloom this year, and if the New York Times is calling like they did in August of 2022, we have a great story to tell because the San Francisco board, thank you very much, adopted a permit, and it just takes time to execute the projects to reduce the nutrient loads. And then with that, the next slide. And then just in closing, I want to recognize the very talented and passionate environmental scientists, engineers, geologists, professional administrative staff, our office technician, our staff services analysts, our AGPAs, our attorney, and our fabulous board that makes it all happen. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I understand that I sit in the precarious position between you and getting home on a Friday afternoon. I think you're going to appreciate that I have only 3 content slides in my presentation. So I'm Valerie Quinto, Executive Officer from Region 1, the North Coast region. I don't have a map for you, but our region starts in North Marin and goes up to the Oregon border along the coast. And then up north, it goes pretty far inland because it includes the entire portion of the Klamath River watershed that is within California. I'm joined here at WQCC by our chair, Alex Hart, our vice chair, Jake McKenzie, and our newest board member, Molly Myers, who's not in the room right now, but has been with us over the last couple days. Additionally, our board members that couldn't make it this week include Greg Giusti and Hector Bedoya, both long-serving board members who you may have met at previous WQCCs or chairs meetings, and Dale Romanini, who's another newer board member. So I just first wanted to briefly reflect that I've been part of a lot of WQCCs, first as a board member and now as an executive officer. And the thing I always really enjoy about the regional updates is there's always kind of like jaw-dropping wow sort of moments when you hear about things that other regions are dealing with. And I think those things really reflect why it's so important that we have 9 different regional water boards. But there also are a ton of commonalities that really bind us together and make it just super valuable and fruitful for us to work together. And so, you know, I heard from other regions, I heard things like working with tribes, HABs, wildfire, climate change, you know, all issues that many of us are dealing with. But today I'm going to talk about 3 other things that are major accomplishments of our regional board during the Newsom administration. Next slide, please. So the first thing I want to talk about, something that we have in common with many other regions, is agricultural permitting. And back in 2013, after some pretty considerable engagement with the ag community and with other communities of interest in our region, our board made the decision to direct staff to develop commodity-specific ag orders rather than a region-wide ag order. And it took us a long time to get our arms around that and really start cranking out the ag orders. But I'm pleased to report that last June, our board adopted our first irrigated lands regulatory program order, our vineyard order. And now we're moving pretty quickly. In August, our board is scheduled for an adoption hearing for a permit for Easter lily bulbs up in the Smith River Plain. Very different than vineyards, very different water quality issues. And then in fall, we're planning to release a public review draft of a Scott and Shasta, an ag order for ag in the Scott and Shasta River watersheds. We've actually been regulating discharges from those lands for about 20 years through a series of waivers. But the big deal about this year's change is that we're going from a waiver to waste discharge requirements order, and that we're bringing those requirements a little bit more in line with the way that agriculture is regulated throughout the rest of the state. So that's number one. Next slide, please. Next, I wanted to talk about enforcement a little bit. Our region historically didn't have a reputation for being a region that did a lot of formal enforcement. And that's something that has changed significantly during the Newsom administration. During this time period that Newsom's been in office, we have assessed about $13 million in financial liabilities, the vast majority of which have been discretionary enforcement. Of the approximately $1 million in mandatory minimum penalties we've issued, 700,000 of those have been suspended for compliance projects, and that has allowed our small disadvantaged community wastewater systems to leverage over $6 million in infrastructure improvement. That is something that takes a lot of our staff enforcement efforts, but it is really kind of a cornerstone of our enforcement work to assure that those systems have the opportunity to put their money back into improving the system rather than having to write us a check. Just some examples of, of course, we've always done mandatory minimum penalties because we're required to do that in our enforcement program. But over this time, we've really expanded which programs within our office are active in formal enforcement. And so some examples of those include, of course, wastewater, but also stormwater, timber, and vineyard development. And then lastly, regarding enforcement, I just wanted to note, and I think I've spoken about this either at a WQCC or at a chairs meeting, that maybe about a year and a half ago, our region developed a cannabis enforcement strategy just to deal with, it's a really challenging industry to work with both on the regulated side and the unregulated side. And so our staff developed an enforcement strategy specifically for cannabis, as a way to most effectively use the limited resources that we have, our resources really pale in comparison to the scale of the industry and the water quality problems that industry creates in our region. So the thing that we've been most active with in implementing that strategy is that we have been bringing our prosecution staff have been bringing to the board monetary penalties much quicker than they had been doing in the past. And so we've, our board has heard more cases than ever before in the last year, more cannabis cases. And the really cool thing is that we're actually seeing a deterrent effect from this effort. We're actually seeing more sites that are issued cleanup orders actually do the cleanup because they know that we're serious about enforcing those orders. So that's a huge win and something that we hope will continue to grow as we continue to implement that strategy. As a side note, we have similar challenges with kind of the level of violations and impacts associated with stormwater. And so I'm sure at some future meeting, I will be reporting back to you with some more detail about the stormwater enforcement strategy that our staff are currently working on with Office of Enforcement. Okay, next slide, please. Last thing I wanted to talk about, and something that makes our region really special and something that makes a lot of our staff and board, I think, really enjoy working with our region, is restoration. So our region's vision statement is healthy watersheds, effective regulation, and strong partnerships. And really, that vision acknowledges that we cannot regulate our way to healthy watersheds. Our regulatory work is not the only thing that's needed. And so we need strong partnerships to do things like proactive restoration in our watersheds. So our region has been a leader in watershed in restoration permitting for a long time. I recently heard somebody say about us that we were cutting green tape before cutting green tape was a thing. And so during the Newsom administration, we have really had a lot of engagement and leadership in statewide restoration permitting and cutting green tape efforts. And I just want to put in a plug to other regions about the statewide restoration general order. It's a really powerful tool, and it makes permitting of these projects much more efficient. But the thing is, that doesn't mean we're doing less work. We're actually doing more work, because having that tool in place allows us to play a more meaningful role in supporting larger and more numerous restoration projects. And that is a great outcome, even if it means our staff are working harder. We also, let's see. So regarding the statewide restoration general order and other permitting mechanisms, during the Newsom administration, our region has issued 185 permits or enrollments for restoration projects. And that's about 40% of the restoration projects that have been permitted statewide during that period. We also play an active role in trying to cultivate restoration projects and work with folks who are proponents of those projects. And so during the administration, we have supported restorationists in obtaining over $50 million in project funding. And then finally, I couldn't talk about restoration in our region without talking about the Klamath Dam removal project. And I first need to say that we can't take credit. Our region cannot take credit for this project. This project was largely led by tribes and by a whole community of partners that worked together to make this really incredible thing happen. But I also want to say that we are proud, first, that in 2010, our Klamath River TMDL included dam removal as one compliance pathway, and as in many ways, the more attractive compliance pathway with our TMDL. The second thing that we are really proud of is that we have a restoration policy that's part of our basin plan that explicitly recognizes that restoration like this can lead to temporary significant water quality impacts. And it is the policy of our board that those temporary impacts are worth it to achieve long-term restoration gains in a watershed. And so having that in our basin plan provided a really smooth pathway for the state board's issuance of a 401 certification for that project. So we're pleased to have had that role, and we're really just honored to have had the chance to work alongside our partners at State Board, tribes, Klamath River Renewal Corporation, and to have been a small part of this really incredible, unprecedented achievement in restoration. So with that, I'm done. My last slide is just contact information in case you'd like to reach out to me. On a final note, I'll just say 3 slides. You're welcome.
Huge thanks and appreciation to our EOs here. There is an incredible amount of exciting work going on, and just always reminded by the breadth and diversity of the issues that our regions are all facing. As folks I know previous said, and we always feel we can be a country unto ourselves. And so just thank you for the leadership and inspiration here. We're already past time, so please, I know you stalwarts here, if you need to go in order to catch a flight, please make sure you do. But we'll go ahead and create a little space for a couple of questions. We have Denise Kadara on the platform with her hand raised, and so we can take a question from Denise, and then anyone here in the room then as well. Please do contribute. Denise?
Yes. Hello, everyone. I did not have a question. I just had a comment. And, this has been an eventful couple of days. The wastewater needs assessment, the data centers, the discussion on technology update, and specifically the AI. I think it was a vital information shared with all of us. This continues to be a worthwhile annual event for all of us as board members, and community engagement to me has helped inform the public and to hear their concerns. And we've spent a lot of time in the past few years dealing with community engagement. I think it's important. So as with the CV salts and nitrates, and now we're discussing data centers and AI, that we must continue to follow the same pattern of community engagement so that the public, regulators, discharges, and other stakeholders work together for public solutions to protect water quality for all Californians. So I thank you for the opportunity to make this comment, and I definitely appreciated the annual session this week. Have a
Hear,
good weekend,
hear.
everyone. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that, Denise. Here. Really appreciate those reflections and that comment. Thank you for continuing to be such a critical voice on the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board, and for being here with us virtually through the 2 days. That means a lot. All right. Looking to the room, if there's any, Jake, please.
Just a comment that Molly Myers is no longer in the room. She's the latest addition to the Region 1 board. Molly Myers, as a teenager, was part of the negotiating team from the Kurok tribe on the beginning of the removal of the Klamath Dams, which at that time were owned by a Scottish power company called, strangely enough, Scottish Power. And she and her former husband, Lee Freeman, who I've known through the North Coast Resource Partnership, were both involved in that effort. And I just thought it was worthwhile bringing that to our attention. She's going to be a great new board member.
Yeah, and you ran her off today.
I did not.
You did. You were guilty as charged.
I did not run her off.
Thank you, Jake. That
You're
means a lot.
welcome.
Thank you for.
And please excuse my chair.
Thank you, Jake. Thank you for elevating Molly and her new appointment. It means a lot. You guys have a fantastic board and region.
Will the slides be available?
Yes. So quick housekeeping, slides will be available. All the materials from the last 2 days will be shared. And so you should all receive those in your inbox and be able to access them. I believe we'll also put them on the WQCC site, which we'll post up there. Thank you all. We're over time. This has been an incredible 2 days. Really appreciate everyone. This adjourns now this year's WQCC. Look forward to next year's and look forward to continued engagement across all these issues. My door is always open. Really appreciate all of the service that you guys are providing. It means an incredible amount, a lot. So thank you.
Thanks for all your work.
Thank you, Jake. Thanks, everyone. Travel safe, and we'll see you all very soon.
And you'll be pleased to know that the group photograph is now up on my Facebook page.
Thank you, Jake.